Hello and welcome to everyone joining us for this webinar. Let me start by wishing you all a very good morning from Ann Arbor, Michigan, where it's 11 a.m. Eastern Time on a sunny but freezing morning. Good afternoon to those who are joining us from the UK, and a very good evening to colleagues who are joining us from India. My name is Arvind-Pal Mandair, and I teach at the University of Michigan. This is the fourth event in our regular series of research webinars in Sikh and Punjab Studies. Just to remind you, these webinars happen 3 times a year on the last Saturday of every January, April, and September. Recordings of earlier webinars are available on our website, and a link to it will be provided in the chat. Support for the webinar series comes from the Sikh Studies Endowment at the University of Michigan. I want to thank the College of Literature, Arts and Sciences and the Department of Asian Languages and Cultures for logistical support and for supporting our general outreach activities. And a quick word of thanks to Alex Prosy, who does the background and technical work in putting the webinar together. Now, this research webinar in Sikh and Punjab Studies is one component of a multi-pronged project, which includes the academic journals Sikh Formations, and under the Sikh Formations banner, several new initiatives that have been coming together over the past year or so, including a dedicated blog, a podcast, and of course, this webinar series. The webinar itself has several main objectives. Firstly, to connect scholars and students across the various disciplines in Sikh and Punjab studies, and to widen access to research in this growing, rapidly growing field, especially to artists, journalists, and also to the wider community. Each of the webinars will be co-hosted by members of the Sikh Formations team, and in that regard, I'm delighted to welcome back my colleagues, Dr. Anneeth Hundle from the University of California, Irvine, and Dr. Harjeet Grewal from the University of Calgary. Dr. Grewal will be chairing the second session, and Dr. Hundle will be chairing the third and final session, which is the book forum. Now, as people continue to join us during the next few minutes, I thought it would be a good place to start by making an announcement about 2 forthcoming events in this series. In fact, this is going to be a very packed year with a mini conference and 2 other webinars to come. In the first week of March, we'll be hosting a special session around the Punjab elections, which carries extra importance this year because of the farmers' movement that has happened and the changing political landscape in Punjab. And at the end of April, we'll be doing a mini conference on the theme of partition. And we already have a very good set of speakers lined up. And the September webinar is still in the planning stages, but we're hoping to do something around the migration of African Sikhs to Europe, America, and the UK. With all of that, let me turn to our program today. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of our presenters. Dr. Sunit from the University of Chicago, who will be starting us off with a talk on the Gadar movement. In the second session, Dr. Jagbir Jhutti-Johal from the University of Birmingham will be presenting on contemporary experiences of racism by Sikhs and Punjabis in the UK. And our third panel is a bit of a departure from our norm because it's a book discussion to formally launch a new book on Sikh nationalism, jointly authored by Professors Gurharpal Singh and Giorgio, Shani. And we're very fortunate to have 2 very prominent scholars, Professor Mark Juergensmeyer from UC Santa Barbara and Professor Vern Dusenbery from Hamline University, who have kindly agreed to share their opinions on the book. We're hoping that the book forum will become something of a regular feature, and we'll keep you updated on that. A quick housekeeping matter about the Q&A function. For the purposes of the webinar, we'll be using the Q&A function to take questions. All questions must be submitted using the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen. So please feel free to submit any questions at any point during the webinar, and we'll answer them at the end of each presentation. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, who is Dr. Sunit Singh. Sunit Singh is presently an assistant instructional professor in the college, and the co-director of the Social Sciences Core Writing Program at the University of Chicago. A historian of the British Empire in India, Sunit has a background in Sikh studies. A sampling of his written work on Sikh-related matters includes the chapter on the Sikh kingdom of Ranjit Singh that he contributed to the Oxford Handbook of Sikh Studies, and an entry surveying the earliest European writings on the Sikhs for the Encyclopedia of Indian Religions. Sunit has also written on the Hindustani Association of the Pacific Coast, referred to colloquially as the Ghadar Party, the ranks of which were filled by Sikh workmen radicalized by their experiences on the western shores of Canada and the United States, who then led a failed bid to foment a democratic revolution in India in the midst of the First World War. The aim of his book project, which is a work in progress, is entitled Echoes of Freedom, India, the Colonial Dilemma, and the Socialist International, is to chart different historical conceptions for a future of India beyond British rule by mapping out the depth of the conversation between Indian radicals and international socialists in the era before the First World War. In other words, in the era before the Indian National Congress rose to prominence as the Wilsonian world system of nations took hold. While his first project is centered on exploring different historical visions of the conclusion to colonial rule, his next project, which he has already started work on, will examine the illiberal origins of British rule in India. And so I'd like to formally welcome Dr. Sunit Singh. Sunit, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Arvind. It's a delight to be here with you. Thank you for the kind invitation. Thank you also to Alex for all the work behind the scenes. I should say a couple of words about what I will be presenting, which is a segment or sliver of work that I had written for my doctoral dissertation, but then set aside for quite a while. In part, after 2016, there were a number of references to anti-Asian violence, and historical references were made to riots on the Pacific Coast from about 1907 to 1910 across up and down the Pacific Slope. And in that charged milieu, I had set aside my work, but now that the sort of derangement syndrome is over, I thought it would be nice to return to this work, and I look forward to the questions and concerns from the audience. So the title of my talk is The Myth of the Tide of Turbans, Sikhs and the Politics of Asiatic Labor on the Pacific Coast from 1905 to 1914. I do apologize that, partly I feel duty bound as someone who runs a writing program to have had my remarks scripted. I will try not to be too turgid. I do have some images to accompany my talk, and I hope to break up the monotony that way for you. But let me start in then, shall we? Just as the summer of 1907 faded into autumn, the residents of Bellingham in Washington State, a one-whistle halt on the Great Northern Railroad, were preparing to host an enormous Labor Day demonstration. A reporter for a local newspaper noted that the organizers, the members of the Central Labor Council, had burned their wicks at both ends in anticipation of the largest festival of its kind in the Northwest. Little was to be left to chance, since a constellation of trade unions from within a 100-mile radius had committed to participating, which included delegations from British Columbia. Townsfolk had volunteered to host the visitors. Most merchants in the area were planning to shutter their shops in the spirit of the occasion. Though no doubt anxious about the commotion, the mayor, faced with re-election soon, handed the Sons of Toil carte blanche for their celebration. Though rain on the morn threatened to wash out the merrymaking, townsfolk and visitors braved the bleak weather enjoying a full slate of activities. A swarm of revelers had filled the streets by 11 o'clock when a caravan of elaborate floats, each paying tribute to the different trades active on the borderland, set off for the section of Bellingham referred to as Old Town. Later, in the afternoon, the flock relocated to the waterfront, where tradesmen settled their workplace rivalries with sport. The sailors had it out with the stevedores at tug of war, while the clerks at the electric company and the electricians fielded their own sides to play baseball. While women tried their hand at events such as spike driving and were judged in pageants, the children bobbed for apples and hopped about in sack races. After dark, a firework display held everyone in awe, while under the main tent at the boardwalk at Silver Beach, the state band was heard playing dulcet waltzes and sottish for the revelers late into the night. The lead column in a local newspaper on September 3rd hazarded that the highlight of the celebration had been an enormous clam bake at White City, the new fairground on Lake Whatcom, which boasted a wooden roller coaster and was bathed at dusk in white electric light. At least for the brief while that labor held the scepter, in the summation of the same writer, the shores of the lake were transformed into the metropolis of the Northwest. Yet the revelries poorly masked the anxieties of working men, the issues that affected men who toiled for their livelihood, the length of the working day, a fixed minimum wage, union recognition, and the threat of replacement by cheaper labor, particularly Chinese, Japanese, and Indian workers, loomed over the celebration in small-town Bellingham. A deputy of the openly anti-Asian craft union, the American Federation of Labor, who was invited to be the keynote speaker, referred elliptically to the obstacles that unions everywhere on the Western Slope faced, while the mayor tried unconvincingly to portray himself as a stalwart champion of working men, even as he was at war with the Central Labor Council behind the scenes over an ordinance that limited the length of the working day to 8 hours and stipulated a minimum wage. Ahead of the celebrations held on that first weekend in September, there were murmurs in Bellingham that local lumber yard owners were replacing their white mill hands with Indian crews, some of whom had come south to Washington via Canada. And if I may, I'm going to share the first of a number of images. You'll note that, in fact, there is a turbaned worker on this horse here in a lumber yard where wood is being dried. It's a later date, but gives you a sense of what lumber yards were like. Lost in the stories of the mirthful celebrations in Bellingham was the ugly scene when, as the crowd snaked through the gritty section of Old Town, some of the revelers taunted and beat the few Sikh men in their midst. On Wednesday, September 4th, angry that the mayor had vetoed the idea of a minimum wage and mill owners had refused to replace their Indian workers, a riotous mob of about 500 men set out from C Street after dark to dislodge the Indian workers from their shanties and to raid the mills where some of the men worked the night shift. The siren of shattered window panes signaled the start of a riot. Harrowed and molested migrants in little more than their pajamas were seen scurrying about the streets, barefoot and desperate for refuge. At the flat tides, a patrolling officer found a band of young men pelting rocks at a half-naked man in the water. The ruffians were handcuffed, but then released into the surging mob as it turned onto D Street to confront a local landlord who rented rooms to Indian working men. When the landlord refused their calls to surrender his wards, the mob forced itself in and then hustled the men to the railroad tracks. Around midnight, after a brief reprieve, a smaller group raided the mills where South Asian crews worked, on the lots of the Morrison, Bellingham Bay Lumber, and EK Wood. Mill managers gutsily shielded their Indian workers from the riotous mob. Fred Wood, the owner-manager of E.K. Wood Mill, hurried to the scene in Old Town, quickly piling the men under attack into his own car. Against the wishes of angry white workers who threatened a walkout, Wood let Indian workers take shelter on mill property. After Wood and a manager at another mill were sworn in as deputies, some Indians even returned to work their shift. Although, as it turned out, most of the mills had to shutter shortly thereafter for the season, as there was a sort of oversupply in Eastern markets. The nocturnal disturbances left 6 men hospitalized. A local newspaper estimated that half of the Indians in the area, about 125, were forced out of the vicinity by the morn. Most of the tormented men headed north to British Columbia at first light, though some ventured in other directions. A single mill, Larson's Mill, was the only one that ran a crew with South Asians after the riot, but special deputies were sworn in to ensure that the workers were left alone. Chief Thomas of the Bellingham Police was roundly criticized on all sides. Such animosities and scenes were evident up and down the Pacific coastline. On the same weekend as the events in Bellingham, there were reports from San Francisco that Olaf Tvetmo, head of the Japanese Korean Exclusion League, rechristened the Asiatic Exclusion League in December of 1907, had made use of the celebrations there to rouse the crowds picnicking at Shulman Park to fight the domination of capital while guarding the gateway of Occidental civilization against an Oriental invasion. Yet it was in British Columbia that the exclusionists hoped to make their stand, as it was in Canada where there were significant numbers of Chinese and Japanese settlers, and where the Sikhs from Bellingham had sought to find refuge in the mistaken belief that as subjects of the British Empire, they would be safe there. Though the outbreak in Bellingham caught him somewhat unaware, A.E. Fowler of the Seattle Exclusion League, which had connections with exclusionists in British Columbia, rifled off a letter to President Theodore Roosevelt, imploring him, and I'm quoting, "In view of the Bellingham anti-Hindu riots, to take immediate action in checking the Oriental immigration into the Northwest." Meanwhile, on the afternoon of September 7th, J.E. Wilton, the secretary of the Vancouver Trades and Labor Council, led a demonstration to address the degradation in the condition of workers on the steps of City Hall. The demonstration brought more than 25,000 onlookers and representatives of 58 labor organizations, brought out more than 25,000 onlookers and representatives of 58 labor organizations. Those in attendance held up white flags to mark their allegiances. A surge in Japanese immigration from Hawaii, orchestrated by the Seattle-based Oriental Trading Company, made the Japanese cluster on Powell Street a target for acts of vandalism by the restive crowds as they left City Hall. Japanese and Chinese residents had barricaded themselves and staved off a worse outcome when an even more restive group returned the next night. A couple of days after the incident in Washington State, British Columbia was the scene of its own anti-Asiatic riots, about which much has been written. After the riots, while local clergymen sought to shame the members of their flock for their unchristian deportment, outsiders tried to make sense of what had happened. The lead editorial in the major New York-based magazine, The Outlook, remarked, and I'm quoting, "The same causes that brought about the mob violence against Hindus at Bellingham in the state of Washington are responsible for the extended race troubles in Vancouver in British Columbia last week." "It is not enough," wrote the editors, "to repress the violence and to send the offenders to jail. The fevered riots," the editors remarked, "were a symptom of a disorder that was presenting itself." And those are their words. Yet the editors of Outlook were satisfied to have traced the etiology of this illness to race antipathy and economics, and offered few clues about a cure. At the risk of generalizing, scholars have tended to reiterate the idea of race antipathy and economics to explain the riots, though the emphasis in the historiography has shifted over the decades to reflect the contemporary concerns of scholars, sometimes privileging race antipathy and at other moments privileging economics. That the new Indian arrivals on the Western Slope faced hardened anti-Asian attitudes is undeniable. And indeed, such discrimination took an ugly form in the wake of the recession that hit the US in the autumn of 1907, spreading northward to British Columbia as winter fell. But racial separatism on the borderland was neither principally the consequence of the recession, as the downturn itself turned out to be brief, nor was it, as we will see, the outcome of perduring sort of prejudice on the part of working men, or a kind of atavistic prejudice. The region rebounded quickly, generally enjoying an era of relative economic prosperity, which lasted until World War I. If anything, the perduring anti-Asian prejudice on the borderland reached its height while the area was still growing exponentially, when wages for skilled and unskilled labor were relatively high and trade unions were still gaining rather than giving up their strength. The recession no doubt heightened the anxieties of the working classes and fed their xenophobia, but it is inadequate, I think, to explain why these sentiments endured even after the economy rebounded, by recourse to some kind of a charge of an atavistic racism of working men. Rather, what I will argue is that these antagonisms were a symptom of the fact that the status of the immigrants as an underclass had been cemented. The fact that the status of the immigrants as an underclass had been cemented and had become a condition of the reproduction of the working class as a whole. While anti-Asian racism was essential to working class politics, there was no monolithic white identity on the Western Slope, despite claims of the Asiatic Exclusion League, which was invested in proving that whiteness ought to be treated as if it were normative rather than specific. It is a fact that Chinese, Japanese, and later Indian workers did make about half to 3/4 of their white counterparts, of what their white counterparts made for their wages. Industrialists and labor contractors, of course, double down on a number of half-truths to rationalize this kind of discrimination. A common refrain of theirs in this era was that workers from the Orient, as it was referred to, had reconciled themselves to a different standard of life than white workers, or that all of the newcomers were mere sojourners who wanted to make a swift buck before going back to their homeland. The class of middlemen who farmed such labor were justifiably seen by established workers and union men as labor skinners. Although employers valued their access to this stream of Eastern workers, who on the surface labored ungrudgingly for reduced pay, other workers resented contractors for importing a potentially rivalrous workforce. Anti-Asian racism thus figured as an invidious condition of the reproduction of the white working class. Of course, there were different ways in which the Indians might have responded politically to the discrimination that they faced on the Western Slope. The fact that some of them looked toward the socialists in Canada and the US reveals a lot about how the experiences shaped the self-conception of the Indian migrants, who came to see themselves as modern wage workers in their concrete demands for parity in their wages, shorter work shifts, and the right to full imperial or US citizenship. Such experiences further led the Indians to the conclusion that race was an issue of class, which is a far cry from our contemporary sensibilities that class is an issue of race. Rather than simply, that this was much more so than simply the discrimination they faced was much more an issue of class in this way than it was simply of colonialism, in the sense that race constitutes one of the conditions for the reproduction and exploitation of wage labor. It was the experience of inequality rather than racism as such that radicalized the Sikh migrants out west. I'm going to move into a section called The Limit of Empire, Indians on the US-Canadian borderland. And here I'll address sort of the myth of the tide of turbans. Of the multitudes that set out to cross the ocean from the east, those from British India, though never particularly sizable, had the slowest start. Arrivals from India were indeed rare on Western shores until about 1905, when steamship companies, faced with a decline in traffic from China and Japan, started to market their trans-Pacific services in India and to Indians in the Far East. The industrialists interested in developing the immense natural resources of California, Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia had relied on ethnic labor contractors for decades before the Indians, primarily Sikh men, started to arrive. Since life on the Western Slope fluctuated with the seasons, employers sought to draft workers in the high season and then release them as quickly once the cycle had finished. And ethnic labor rackets formed to furnish such an elastic workforce. Fresh arrivals were vulnerable to predatory third-party contractors who monopolized the immigrant labor market in rapidly growing areas on the slope. A clutch of Chinese middlemen first sprang up on the West Coast in the 1870s in response to an acute labor shortage on the railroads, proving their worth as reliable sources of a seemingly endless supply of inexpensive workmen. Chin-Gi He, a contractor in Seattle, funneled some 20,000 or more of his countrymen from southern China into the service of the railroad magnate James J. Hill, whose empire of steel and steam on the borderland included the Northern Pacific Railway, the Great Northern, and the Canadian Pacific. After the Chinese Exclusion Act was ratified in the United States in 1882, it was extended as the Geary Act about a decade later, a group of Japanese contractors led by Charles Takahashi, who ran the Oriental Trading Company mentioned earlier, stepped in. The Oriental Trading Company took over the model of the Chinese contractors by supplying labor to the Great Northern Railways. British Columbia, which desperately needed more able-bodied workmen since it had fewer than 50,000 residents in 1881, readily absorbed the Chinese and Japanese. Yip Sang, tenured as a superintendent for the CPR, built a complex network of subagents in China who recruited workers and loaned them the means to make the Trans-Pacific voyage. Indebted villagers from the Pearl River Delta found themselves even more dependent on Yip Sang once in Canada, where they were housed, clothed, transported, and hired out by him, services for which he was able to dock their paychecks, while squeezing still more from them by providing the newcomers with supplies and profiting off their services, such as posting letters, getting documents translated, and dispatching remittances. And after the main branch of the railroad was completed in the mid-1890s, Yip Sang formed a company that was the exclusive agency for CPR ships going to and from China, which helped, in the words of another scholar, an international market in labor that connected rural villagers in southern China to the railways, mines, fisheries, and mills in Washington, Oregon, Montana, and Alaska. Yet Canadian authorities had prohibitively raised the head tax on Chinese migrants to $500 in 1903. Around 20,000 Japanese immigrants had landed in Washington state and British Columbia by 1908, when the Meiji administration in Japan, mindful of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, restricted the number of its citizens departing to Canada to 400 a month. There were various ways to circumvent that through Hawaii and other stations, but that was the official number. Apart from the railroads, employers in other sectors also relied on middlemen to mobilize unskilled workers for arduous tasks such as fruit picking, reaping a harvest, piling lumber at sawmills, laying down sections of railroad tracks, or packing salmon in the canneries. And I have a few images here to share once more, forgive me. So here are new arrivals in Vancouver and a number of Sikh men working on railroad constructions. Quite a lovely image in the way that they're grouped. Here they are in Oregon, working on the Pacific and Eastern railways. And in one of the more remarkable images that I have from my research, here are Sikh men working in salmon in the fishing industry. So there were these agents, certainly that the Chinese and the Japanese had established to supply the new industries on the Western slope. Immigrants from India, however, were unable to emulate and establish a successful credit ticket system of their own on the model of what the Chinese and Japanese had exploited so adeptly. A royal commission formed in the fall of 1907 found that after the fall off in Chinese and Japanese traffic, the CPR had sought to induce Indians to make the Trans-Pacific journey. The commission saw for itself translations of ads circulated by the ticket agents in Calcutta promoting steamer service to British Columbia. Such advertisements laid out the rules as well as the requirements for gaining admission to Canada, such as passing a medical examination and proving a fixed measure of financial means. Fueled by these advertisement campaigns, the number of Indians who made the Trans-Pacific voyage leapt fivefold in 1907 over what it was in 1906, and 36-fold over what it was in 1905. Still, official statistics fixed the total number of Indians who had reached the shores of Western Canada by 1908, after which the rules made it all but impossible for them to land, at a mere 5,100, though exclusionists no doubt believed that there were millions more behind them. Albeit presently, an insignificant stream ran a common refrain of the exclusionists: migration from India will, and I'm quoting, gradually enlarge till it floods our land and menaces our institutions. Others, of course, simply feared that the men were liable to remain unemployed. Most of the new arrivals, the Immigration Commission heard, were hired off the docks by either the Canadian Pacific Railroad Corporation itself to work on the railroads or by middlemen contracted by sawmill owners. All of the evidence vitiated the solemn assertion of the CPR superintendent, who testified to the commission that the latest influx of newcomers from British India had been unsolicited, hypothesizing instead that the tide was the result of the glowing reports that Sikh soldiers passing through Canada on their return from London had written to their countrymen after Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1897. The same 1907 Canadian Commission report found that sawmill owners in British Columbia had allegedly struck a deal with Davy Chund, identified as a Brahmin would-be contractor who was to furnish the mills with 2,000 of his countrymen. Davy Chund, together with his father-in-law and nephew, had already recruited about 150 Indians to Millside in British Columbia, where the three men ran a store at which their compatriots bought rations. Though Davy Chund bought tickets to Canada, which he then sent back to Punjab on credit, his operation always lacked the sophistication of Chinese creditors and transportation brokers who loaned thousands of migrants the amounts to pay for their passage and the head tax, and then transferred or sold the debt, including interest, to affiliated companies and associations. With the exception of small operations such as the one by Devi Chand, Indian migrants generally had to mortgage some of their homestead or had to rely on money lenders and relatives to raise their own funds. Even with the clout of industrialists and steam transport companies, Indians who made the Trans-Pacific voyage still found it difficult to enter the US and Canada, as immigration authorities on both sides of the 49th parallel made it difficult for them to exercise their privilege as British subjects. Referred to pejoratively as Hindus by immigration officials, although almost all of them were in fact Sikhs or Muslims, British Indians were refused entry in both countries for a host of reasons: the likelihood of destitution, physical defects, carrying contagious or dangerous diseases, practicing or supporting polygamy, or even for prearranging employment contracts, which was then held against them. Between 1899 and 1913, a total of 6,656 British Indians won admission into the US. With another 2,844, so more than a third, of their countrymen were turned back. 107 were forced to depart, and 704 apparently left of their own volition. The number of British Indian arrivals reached its apex in 1910 when about 1,782 entered the US, but even that was no more than a droplet in the ocean of 1 million newcomers who came from elsewhere. Official statistics fixed the number of Indians who reached the shores of Western Canada by 1908, after which the new rules made it almost impossible for them to gain entry, at 5,176. Ahead of the outbreak of the Great War, then, about 10,000 Indians resided on the Western Slope, tallying the sums generously, although there were much inflated estimates claimed by the Gutherites later. Even in California, where thousands of Chinese, then Japanese newcomers had already come ashore, the sight of a band of Sikh men on the Pacific Mail Wharf in the spring of 1899 was so unfamiliar that it warranted a news item. A reporter on the scene for the San Francisco Chronicle marveled at the attractiveness of the men, the tallest of whom, a Bakshleel Singh, I assume it was bakshish, a corruption, apparently had a full grip on English. The other three were identified as Boodh Singh, Virayam Singh, and Sohava Singh. All of the men in the group had left Lahore decades ago to serve as artillerymen in China, then made the Trans-Pacific voyage on the steamer, the Nippon Maru, to seek their fortune stateside. Around 1920, a researcher found that after going back and forth to India for about a decade, Bakshleel Singh had returned stateside in 1910 with his wife and children and settled in Astoria, Oregon, where he presumably worked as a mill hand or in one of the other primary industries that were reshaping the Northwest from a forested hinterland into a major gateway of commerce. And I'd like to show you a couple of more images, if I may, of this is an image of Sikh arrivals through the CPR. It's held at the University of Washington. This figure in particular is quite haunting. Here is another image of Sikh men arriving in Angel Island in California. Quite a brood there. It was no coincidence, forgive me. So for almost half a decade then, other small groups of Sikh servicemen stationed in the Far East trickled into the onto the Western Slope after that first group led by Bakshleel Singh, without ever precipitating an exodus of their countrymen in India. It was no coincidence that Sikh ex-servicemen furnished the largest contribution to the ranks of the first wave of British Indian migrants. The Sikhs relied on their status as British subjects to win them entry into the US and Canada. Identified as a martial race by casuistic 19th century race science, Sikhs had been disproportionately recruited to serve as sepoys or chowkidars, some of whom were stationed at British cantonments in China, whence thousands of workmen subsequently made their departure for the Pacific Slope. After their discharge, servicemen were eligible to receive a small allotment of arable land in one of the canal colonies set up in the Punjab. But as a contemporary writer, who's referred to as Saint Nihal Singh, noted, the soldier who returns to the plow in his village, and I'm quoting, finds it difficult to resume the thread of life where he left off when he enlisted, as the hackneyed and insipid distractions doled out by the country signally fail to neutralize the chronic ills and discomforts that render rural residents hateful to him. These are Nihal Singh's words. Singh wrote that while the ex-soldier lacked the wherewithal to, quote, grasp the significance of the gravity of the economic situation of his nation, he revolted at the idea of spending the rest of his days herded in with cattle. Intrepid ex-sepoys thus, wrote Nihal Singh, overcame the accumulated inertia of the ages with a single manful move overseas. Quite a lot of the Sikhs had rather more mundane accounts of their own actions. Sohan Singh Bucknor, who was fated to play a major role in the radicalization of British Indians on the borderland as the first elected head of the Ghadar party, wrote about his misspent adolescence in the Punjab as the main reason that he had left India. When I had frittered away our property on drink, Bucknor recalled, I had no choice but to head overseas. After mollifying his creditors by putting up the few acres of land that remained of his inheritance, he left his mother and young wife in the winter of 1909, bound for Seattle. A handful of others from his village left with him under similar circumstances. The voyage was made easier, he hypothesized, by the fact that he and other Sikhs who did not adhere to caste taboos were able to rely on the chain of Sikh temples in the Far East for food and shelter. Armed with no more than Urdu Punjabi dictionary, Bucknor somehow made it through the interview with the port authority officer who let him disembark. Within a couple of days, he found his way upriver to Portland, where he was hired at Monarch Mills, on whose site some 200 Indian men worked. A reporter in British Columbia who visited the bunk sheds in which a group of Sikhs lived near New Westminster collected similar stories. Life in India, the new arrivals told the interviewer, was stricken with a threefold curse: caste, poverty, and disease, which kept them half dead, half alive. Although the wages in British Columbia were satisfactorily high, Sergeant Singh, reportedly speaking on behalf of others, he expressed the hope, in light of their service of empire, that Indians might be made to feel more welcome in Canada than they were on the other side of the border in the US. While eyewitnesses reported that Sikh veterans often came ashore proudly displaying their medals won in the Sudan and other imperial campaigns, imperial-minded officials were not endeared. In fact, they were deeply unsettled by the fact that Sikhs were the ones who headed overseas. The concern was precisely that the Sikhs going abroad to find work from the main military recruitment districts in the Punjab: Firozpur, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Amritsar, and Lahore. Though no one saw the Sikh servicemen who left their villages to venture across the seas as particularly radical or nationalist, colonial officials believed justifiably that the experience of these men within institutions such as the British Indian military, which had habituated them to the idea of hard work for regular pay, would potentially have the effect of politicizing them. The concern, voiced in a confidential memorandum written by J.E. Swain, or E.J.E. Swain, forgive me, the governing officer of British Honduras, after he toured British Columbia in 1908, centered on, quote, the return of the Sikhs to the Punjab, spreading as they will now ill-digested socialistic ideas from their co-workers overseas. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but those were the sorts of concerns marked out. There was this idea that these figures would be radicalized by their experiences overseas, and they were right. Though an outright moratorium on Indian migration to Canada was thought to be impolitic, Canadian authorities reached out to their counterparts in India to dissuade would-be migrants by printing circulars in the vernacular that sketched a gloomy depiction of life in British Columbia, pressuring ticket agents in Calcutta and pressuring ticket agents in Calcutta and Hong Kong to halt sales. Such indirect means to dissuade Indians had little success. After pursuing an investigation into ticket agents for the CPR, a senior official in Bengal wrote plainly that such forms of discouragement are bound to be fruitless, as scare tactics were unable to alter the fact that there was plenty of work at attractive pay available on the US-Canadian borderland. And there were a number of different measures discussed, and internally, Government of India officials, of course, fretted over the idea that Indians would be singled out for exclusion. And in their internal discussions, British Indian officials noted that if the charge was that Indians' labor was cheap and was depressing the wages of others, a sensible response would have been to set a minimum wage, a course that neither employers nor the authorities in Canada or the US favored. The influx of unskilled workmen from the Orient then had become one of the thorniest issues in British Columbia and on the Pacific coast of the United States. With the growing traffic of Indians, successive mayors of the city of Vancouver sought in vain to take on the corporate behemoth that was the CPR. At the federal level, after imposing an onerous head tax on Chinese newcomers and completing successful negotiations with Japanese authorities to restrict the number of immigrants from the islands, Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier, who was a liberal, in fact, right, also wished to head off the flood from India, one that he was sure would, quote, result in a serious disturbance to industrial and economic conditions in British Columbia. He also, in giving Deputy Labor Minister W.L. Mackenzie King his remit as the head of a Royal Commission on Immigration in March of 1908, Laurier stated that the issue of British subjects journeying to Canada from India, quote, involves considerations of the highest importance, since it affects the empire as a whole. The idea was that there would be an agreement that could be reached with Indian officials such that Canada was not overrun by subjects of empire. Liberals and conservatives in Canada opportunistically fueled anti-Asian sentiments by promising to exclude first the Chinese, later the Japanese, and now the Indians. Ahead of the 1908 federal elections in Canada, the Socialist Party of Canada tried to warn the working men that the conservatives, liberals, and trade unionists alike were preparing an issue by arraying themselves in opposition to working men from the East. The anti-Asiatic crusade, framed by its slogan, "White Canada Forever," was a ploy, they argued, to arouse the most virulent and bestial, these are the words of the socialists, prejudices of working men and to distract them from their actual concerns. Socialists saw the anti-Asiatic mania in the Northwest as politically motivated, a fiendish move to distract a considerable section of working men from their more pressing concerns. An editorial in the Western Clarion, the organ of the Socialist Party of Canada, remarked that the attempts by a group of rabble-rousers to fan race prejudice in white working men was virulent and bestial in the extreme, goading them with the untruth that Chinese, Japanese, and Hindu workmen had come as their enemies. It was altogether unfair, the Western Clarion maintained, to hitch the working men as such, or the social, and in particular the socialists, to the odium of what had happened to Asiatic workers on the borderland. And there were a number of editorials that sort of make the same kind of argument that this idea, all of the charges about a Sikh invasion, it was going to fall on deaf ears because the issue was really the need for labor. And so long as there was a need for labor, workers would be recruited from elsewhere and beyond Canada and from beyond the slope. And so those were the sorts of issues that the socialists remarked on. That this leads me then into this idea, right, of a kind of opposition to Asian men, which is something that I've been marking out as also quite questionable, that there was a unified opposition to them. The idea of a unified white opposition to Oriental immigration on the West Coast was a myth that was obvious to the historical actors themselves. Sometime after purchasing Hume Lumber Mill in Astoria in 1908, Andrew Hammond, the owner of Oregon Pacific Railroad and Columbia River Railroad, apparently traveled to India to recruit workers. Fitzherbert Leather, editor of what was titled the American Asiatic Journal of Commerce, made the case for the significance of Oriental commerce, that the Northwest had to look further to the West, that is to Asia, for trade and for workmen. When in late 1912, Agnes Laut of the Toronto-based Saturday Night toured British Columbia to look into the rise of the militant industrial union, the industrial workers of the world, she was surprised to find that the Wobblies, as members of the IWW were called, at least were reluctant to accept her analogy that Indian migration to Canada was a species of the same kind of labor issue as that of freed Black slaves in the United States. Laut set about questioning her interviewees. Don't you think the injection of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Hindus in BC might bring the same curse here as the South suffers from the Black, she asked? While a number of the men she interviewed, such as R.P. Pettipies, a member of both the Socialist Party of Canada and the IWW, and who edited the labor newspaper, the BC Federationist, told her that they personally objected to Hindus, the IWW held a policy of wide open doors to all wage workers. Although, as a citizen, I don't want the Asiatic as a neighbor, Pettipies told Laut, staying provincially minded on the issue of labor was inexcusable, since it was an international issue. What was more, Pettipies continued, labor had found that we might better have cheap Asiatics come in here and organized in our fighting ranks than to have the cheap products of Asiatic labor come in here and undersell ours. And those are his words. Pettipies concluded, the world is our market garden, and if the Hindu came in and gives whites trouble, all I have to say is that it is only the social garbage of white crime and lust coming back here to plague us for our sins in India. Remarkable statement. Further pressing the issue, Laut asked whether the working men objected to Asiatics who undercut their wages. The Wobblies held that the workers strove to overcome that kind of cutthroat competition. It was best to let the Hindus come in and organize in our ranks under our labor laws, since, quote, we aim to unite laborers of all nations into one solid army against capital. And Laut found, much to her surprise, that when she looked at various lists at the IWW hall on Cordova Street in Vancouver, she saw long lists of subscriptions from Hindu workmen to IWW strike funds. Those are the funds to be dispensed to workers who fall out of work. The socialists in British Columbia then held that the animus toward Asiatic workers was misdirected, as it was capitalism that had transformed working men everywhere into a band of rootless Ishmaelites. If trade unions harbored intense anti-Asian attitudes, the socialists in the SPC and IWW had an explanation for why such crass appeals based on race were detrimental to workers of all races. Anti-Asian racism, the socialist reasons, was harmful even to those workers who identified or classified as whites. And they would go on to sort of make that argument in some detail. So if I may, if the stance, as a final note, if the stance that the socialists had staked out on Oriental immigration was riddled with some ambivalence, as Pettipies had sort of remarked, it also paradoxically represented the only way forward politically for British Indians in Canada, who had no illusions as to the attempts by mainstream liberals and conservatives to race bait them. It thus transpired that by 1912, a group of Indian migrants, radicalized by their experiences as working men in British Columbia, self-identified as members of the industrial workers of the world, and came together to establish their own branch of the Socialist Party of Canada, an important antecedent to the Gather Party that was formed in 1913. A similar situation held mutatis mutandis in the United States, where faced with similar disappointments as a result of their status as second-class British subjects, some of the future leaders of the Gather Party, Harjeet, Sohan Singh Bhakna, P.S. Kankoje, all also felt an attraction to socialist ideas, particularly in the shape of the syndicalism of the IWW, which held an open door immigration policy and sought to champion radical integration. The encounter then that I'm marking out between them sort of marked out for these workers that their racialized status changed over time as a function of the exigencies of the labor market. And this encounter with the socialists didn't lead one group simply to joining or identifying completely with the other. Nonetheless, the political trajectory of the immigrant Sikhs was indubitably altered as it entered and then left the orbit of the socialists. Even more importantly, the experiences of the Indians radicalized on the Pacific coast in the era before the First World War would spur the Gather Party to envision a different kind of future for India than the one that the narrow framework of Indian nationalism would allow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunit, for a fascinating opening paper, very nuanced and interesting indeed. We are running a little bit behind time, so I'm going to keep the discussion period relatively short, if that's okay. There is one question in the chat, Sunit, if you can access that, and I can read it to you if you wish.
Yeah.
As
Asian for labor underclassed, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to read it aloud for the audience?
I could do, yes. As Asians were labeled underclassed, how has this affected Asians today who tend to be on the higher end of salary in the United States? Did this reinforce racism against Asians, or has the stereotype developed, and how is it used? And as you think about this, Sunit, I'm also going to invite maybe the panelists to ask a question and join the discussion as well. And I will look out for other. So sure. The floor is yours.
My first response would be that dynamics really change in the course of the mid-20th century, that the wave of migration that I think Sandeep Singh is referring to, this issue of higher end salaried workers in the United States, the sort of those who have been well off, that's a function of a much later wave of immigration, from the 60s onward, And there may be some very interesting contrasts, of course, with the waves to the UK. And Arvind, no doubt, would have things to say about those earlier waves into the Midlands and things, the sort of industrial needs of the Midlands versus the sort of white collar workers who come into the United States. Those are sort of really marked differences. The kind of workers that we're thinking of, that I'm marking out, was a much earlier wave, primarily ex-servicemen, those from the villages, etc.
Okay, thank you. I have another question that's just come in. Were there any Sikhs living or working in the diaspora that ever ended up going back to India, or did most of them end up staying?
So that's an interesting question. A vast number. So if we estimate that there were about 10,000, although it's probably an overestimate itself, some would consider it an underestimate, but most returned when the Ghadar party launched its sort of quixotic bid to overthrow British rule. So in the midst of World War I. A small number remained, and you can see the sort of historical lineages, although I think very recently, in the last decade or so, sort of land that had been bought for a Gurdwara in Vancouver has been sold and things, but there were those who stayed back, and many later on, of course, intermarried. There's a large body of ethnography on Sikhs who intermarried with Mexican women and others in California and elsewhere. But many did return, but a small number did stay.
Thank you for that. I have a question that's just come in from Van, and panelists, Van, Gurharpal, Jagbir, Harjeet as well. If you want to join, come on screen, you're more than welcome. Van's question is, given that we'll be talking later about Sikh nationalism book, what sort of nationalism, quote unquote, discourse had the greatest emotive force amongst those early Sikh immigrants? Very good question.
Yeah, it's a great question. So one of the things that I track, I think that there's a tendency in a lot of the histories of these early waves of Sikh migrants or Indian migrants, by and large, to club them together as if they were all nationalists of a certain stripe. And I think that your question actually marks out and intuitively picks up on the fact that, in fact, there were all kinds of divisions, right? The ex-servicemen tended to be loyalists until they had reason to be radicalized. There were factions amongst the Sikhs themselves. When Teja Singh, who was a kind of moderate figure, comes up from New York to the West Coast to sort of lead figures, there are all sorts of dissensions. There were figures like Hardeal and others who were far more radicalized, Taraknath Das. And I would say that, in fact, there were deep cleavages, and the issue of what a future for India would look like beyond British rule was deeply contested. Right. There's a lot to be said about sort of how kind of a martyrology within Sikhism, those kinds of images were used by the Ghadar party. But in this early moment, there's a great deal of contestation, actually, if you look a little bit more closely at the historical records.
Okay, thank you. I have a question here that's just come in. How were these immigrants impacted by later laws that kicked them out of the country? Have any unique settlements of Sikhs come about, like the Punjabi Mexican community in California?
So in the US, they weren't kicked out as such, at least, right? I mean, there were, in fact, the issue of citizenship really is, as is well known, sort of, there's a court case that goes all the way to the Supreme Court, right, about citizenship related to Sikhs who serve in the U.S. Army in the First World War. And the question of naturalization is sort of more, there are different dynamics in Canada and in the US in that way, where there are constitutional amendments that deal with a certain kind, that prohibit a certain kind of deportation, et cetera, right, that citizens would have those kinds of rights if they were allowed to be citizens. Now, the laws that you are referring to are the ones that effectively barred them from becoming citizens, but they didn't necessarily mandate that they be deported.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sort of distinction, yeah.
Yeah, we have time for one more question if anybody wants to come on and.
Arvind, do you mind if I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely, jump in.
Sunit, so first of all, thank you for that lovely talk. It was really interesting, and I think I applaud you for bringing out some of the nuances and the kind of layers to the types of differences amongst different groups in Canada, rather than just kind of lumping things together under racial antipathy, as you were calling it, I believe, right? So it seems like the term racial antipathy was used, through the late 1800s up into the 1920s as something that was discussed, a way to discuss some of the divisions that were arising. So one of the questions I had was about that specifically. Are you aware of more how this kind of term was being used across North America? And what does that say about how it's applied to Asians? The second question I had was, do you kind of started the talk off by speaking about, contemporary concerns that kind of stopped you from bringing up the argument you were making. Could you speak a little bit more about that? Because I think that would help kind of give some background into why this is an important intervention. And do you think that, with this intervention, it's still possible to speak about, I think some people might react to this and say that, well, you can't, if based on your argument, you can't speak about exclusion under race-based discourse as a power structure, et cetera, as a colonial structure of exploitation, et cetera. And so is it still, to what extent are these things not exclusive in your mind? Are they related to each other?
Great set of questions. Arvind's probably going to pull the plug on me, but the question of racial antipathy, to take up the first, and I will try to deal with both. Right. I mean, it was clear that this was a fraud issue, right? I mean, and I'm not downplaying that in any significant way. I mean, I think that clearly laws were passed that were discriminatory. There were these riots up and down the Pacific Slope. The question of exclusion and of antipathy in that way were marked and resonant. What I'm sort of responding to in some ways, and this gets us into the second question, is that how did the historical figures who experienced this kind of discrimination understand what was happening to them, and how did they respond to it? And there I would mark out that they didn't understand what was happening to them as a matter of racism, right? They well understood that there were these issues about how labor was contracted, the issues of wages and how they were being undercut. And so there, I really do want us to sort of take seriously, how did figures who experienced this understand what was happening to them, right? And so in that way, I do think it's anachronistic to say that they understood these things in racialized terms in quite the same way as we intend that today. And that gets us into sort of, right, I think that there was a moment in which I saw a number of articles in 2018, 2019, there was this idea that there was a huge surge in hate crimes, right? I spoke to someone in India who was convinced that Sikhs were being lynched on the streets. right? I mean, this kind of thing. That there was this, and the idea was, well, this has always existed, right? This kind of hostility to men in beards and turbans has, this has antecedents going back, and so people sort of right, we're posting a number of articles about this tide of turbans and the riots. I was reluctant to sort of share this kind of work then, in that it just seemed that I would be, charged with sort of excusing such matters, right? And it's fraught, but I would say that it is important for us to try to understand in some level of detail that the idea of a unified opposition was never tenable, right? Sikhs stayed, clearly. Sikhs still come to the Western Shores, right? And that it's something else that held out that allure, right? There was a sense that the British Empire no longer subscribed to a certain kind of liberal values about imperial citizenship and subjectivity, but in America, people were free. And the model for the Ghadar Party, right? I mean, they model their vision they have an idea of a United States of India. All of this has a real impact on how they then think about the future beyond British rule in India.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's really good. I really appreciate that. I think having that, not being aware of anachronism and trying to bring out those voices. And I think that's part of what I really enjoyed about the talk, is that it's not just the South Asian voices, but you're showing that there's, people talking about this in different ways, kind of in the kind of, what we would lump together as the white camp, if you want to use racialized discourse, right? So no, I appreciate that. I really applaud you for it, and I encourage you to keep speaking about it.
Okay. Thank you. I have one very last question from Gurharpal, and with that, we will have to end this session. And he asked about syndicalism. He said, you use the term. What do you mean when you use it in the Canadian context at the time? Can you just talk a little bit about that, Sunit?
Sure. I think you're right to key into certain ambiguity about the way that I used it, right? I think that what I don't get into in this talk is that there's a panoply of actors in terms of labor movement and the radical edges of labor movements, the relationship of socialists of various kind. The IWW would come to be seen as syndicalist later. But there was the Socialist Party of Canada, and then there was a British Columbian Socialist Party, which had a kind of estranged relationship with the Socialist Party. I think I use it myself there just to mark out that the IWW and the SPC were not overlapping, that they had this idea of kind of workerism, of organizing workers, rather than what the socialists, the self-identified socialists, their sort of critique of capital, which is leveled at a much different, in a different register.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you for that wonderful talk. I think it sort of joins nicely with the next talk, which is going to be on racialization. I'm sure there will be some sort of parallels going on there. We're going to take a 5-minute break, let people just get a cup of tea, coffee, water, and we will start again in 5 minutes. So my appreciation for Dr. Sunit Singh for a wonderful opening paper. Thank you, Sunit. Great to have you.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex. And thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20. Sunit, great to have you.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex. And thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20. Sunit, great to have you.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex. And thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20.
Thanks, Arvind.
Sunit, Great to have
Appreciate
you.
you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex, and thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20.
Thanks, Arvind.
Sunit. Great to have you.
Appreciate you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex, and thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20.
Thanks, Arvind.
Sunit. Great to have
Appreciate
you.
you, Arvind. Thank you, Alex, and thanks, Arvind.
So 5 minutes, folks. We'll be back at 12:20.
Thanks, Arvind.
Sunit. Great to have
Appreciate
you.
you, Arvind.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. So we'll begin the second talk now. My name is Harjeet Singh Grewal. I'm an adjunct faculty member at the University of Calgary, where I teach Asian religions and Sikh studies. And my research focuses on early Sikh textual traditions and narratives. Right now I'm focusing on the Janam Sakhis as an example of these early narrative traditions. We are going to be listening to a talk given by Dr. Jagbir Jhutti-Johal. Dr. Jhutti-Johal is a reader in Sikh studies in the Department of Theology and Religion at the University of Birmingham. Her research covers issues of gender, equality, Sikh identity in the diasporic community, racialization and mistaken identity, and other contested issues that confront the Sikh community, nationally and globally. Her work in the Edward Cadbury Center for the Public Understanding of Religion looks at public policy, social, and political engagement issues as they affect and are affected by the British Sikh community. Dr. Jhutti-Johal was a commissioner on the Commission of Religion and Belief in the British Public Life, convened in 2013 by the Wolf Institute. During COVID-19, she was asked to sit on the government's Sikh Places of Worship Roundtable. She sits on a number of boards and is a trustee of a number of organizations such as the Faith for the Climate, Race Equality Foundation. She's very involved in voluntary work with the community, especially around women and children's issues, and acts as an expert advisor to the courts in Sikh matters on divorce, domestic violence, and child abuse. Dr. Jhutti-Johal is a presenter on the Thought for the Day segment on BBC's Radio 4's Today program as well. So we'll hand it over to Dr. Jhutti-Johal. Welcome, and looking forward to your talk.
Thank you, Harjeet. I'm just going to share my screen. 1 second. Right, so I'm going to be talking about racism, racialization, and mistaken identity, the UK experience. To start off, what I would like to highlight is that the racism encountered by Sikhs in the early stages of migration globally has taken a different turn after 9/11 and subsequent terrorist incidences, such as the Boston Marathon bombing in April 15th, 2013, or the London bombings in the UK, which have created an environment in which turban-wearing Sikhs are mistaken for Muslims, and attacks on the community globally have begun to rise due to the racialization of religion. 2021 saw the 20th anniversary of 9/11 and the 20th death anniversary of Balbir Sodi. And it also saw the prominence of the Taliban come to power and the fall of Afghanistan, all leading to questions about the safety of Sikhs globally due to the backlash arising from mistaken identity. According to the UK context that I will be focusing on, there are 432,429 Sikhs throughout the United Kingdom, with the vast majority of them being in England alone. The number of Sikhs in the nations forming the United Kingdom are as follows: England 420,000, Wales 2,962, Scotland 9,055, and Northern Ireland 216. Moreover, Sikhs in the UK, having settled and established themselves in the country, are perceived as a community that has integrated and adapted well within UK society. Most have accepted British identity, and as a community, we are viewed as the model minority: modern, educated, independent, and hardworking. Now, despite this model minority image, I will focus on the UK context and how attacks on the Sikh community in the UK have arisen and unpack the experience of racism and more recently mistaken identity, or as what Sikhs call anti-Sikh hate crime in the UK. Sikh groups have been arguing that race hate crime is on the rise and needs to be addressed by the UK government. So organisations such as Sikh Network in 2016 launched a report within which they argued that in a year before, in 2015, there were over 100,000 hate crimes against Sikhs in the last 12 months. And most recently, in 2020, the All-Party Parliamentary Group for British Sikhs reported that there had been a 70% increase in race hate crime against Sikhs in the UK. So they used the figures from 2017-18 and 2019-20 to come up with that figure. And I will unpack that as we get to the end of this presentation. To understand the experiences of Sikhs, we have to go back to the First and Second World War and early migration to the UK. The Sikh history is full of irony. The British recruited Sikhs enthusiastically into the British Indian Army, regarding them as a martial race. Not only that, they required their Sikh regiment to be initiated, to maintain the 5Ks and to wear the turban. In the two world wars, over 80,000 turban-wearing Sikh soldiers were killed in combat and over 109,000 were injured. In the 1950s, many Sikhs were migrating from the Indian state of Punjab to Britain to fill in vacancies in factories, foundries, and transport services after the World War. Far from their turbans being generally welcomed, Sikhs faced prejudice and discrimination and felt obliged to cut their hair, remove their turbans, and remove their beards. The migration process created tensions due to identity, multiculturalism, and assimilation, and it appears this historical contribution and the concession given to Sikh soldiers, allowing them to wear their turbans during the two world wars, was not something politicians like Arvind-Pal had given much consideration to. Arvind-Pal in 1968, the then MP for Wolverhampton Southwest, declared mass immigration would produce social breakdown that, like the Roman, I see to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood. He feared the consequences of mass migration of immigrants and their descendants settling in Britain would be like watching a nation busily engaged in heaping up its own funeral pyre. Whilst in today's context, when people think of Arvind-Pal's speech, they are likely to focus on Islam. What is less widely acknowledged is Arvind-Pal's specific focus at that time was the British Sikhs and how their demands to wear a turban would destroy the British way of life. Referring to a campaign for the right to wear the turban, he said, the Sikh community's campaign to maintain customs inappropriate in Britain is much to be regretted. Working in Britain, particularly in the public services, they should be prepared to accept the terms and conditions of their employment. He continued, asking for special rights leads to a dangerous fragmentation within society. In fact, 1969, after a long-running campaign, Sikh bus drivers in Powell's constituency of Wolverhampton won the right to wear the turban whilst on duty. Many considered this moment in history as an important milestone in the battle for religious equality in the workplace. However, Powell, like Labour Minister John Stonehouse, said, this communalism is a canker. Whether practiced by one colour or another, it is to be strongly condemned. In other words, fighting for civil liberties was destructive and comparable to a fungal disease, and Sikhs in doing so were dangerous and divisive elements. This was not the first nor the last time the Sikh turban became the subject of prejudice, marginalisation and discrimination in the UK. Sikhs have had to fight for the turban to be recognised, as discussed by Darshan Tatla in the Sikh diaspora and Gurharpal Singh and Darshan Tatla in Sikhs in Britain. Indeed, British Sikhs have been an integral proponent within the civil rights movement in Britain, primarily because they stand out from the crowd, but also because standing up for human rights is a central tenet of Sikh teachings. From defending the right to wear articles of faith, like the landmark turban case, Mandla versus Dowley, or the Kara case, R. Watkins Singh versus the governing body of Aberdeen Girls High School, to lobbying for changes in equality law, through to opposition of fascist groups, it is no exaggeration to suggest Sikhs in many ways have almost always been on the forefront of fighting for their rights and against discrimination. Now, if we turn to look at racism since the late 1970s, what we learn is that before Islamic extremism became a serious issue for British authorities, we need to reflect on the events in the late 1970s and early 1980s, which were to shape history for those fighting against the fascist ideologues of the then National Front. During this period, Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs faced hostilities together, collectively labelled with the derogatory term Pakis. The racist murder of turban Sikh pupil Gurdeep Singh Chagga in 1976 was an event that served as a catalyst for the fledgling Southall youth movement. The Southall youth movement. Southall is a suburb of West London and is a place where many Sikh migrants had settled by the 1970s, and it has become fondly known as Little Punjab. With growing racial tensions, the Southall youth movement became instrumental in pushing back against the National Front's often unprovoked physical assaults on those from the Indian subcontinent, described as, quote, Paki bashing. Ongoing tensions culminated in the Southall race riots in 1979 and once more in 1981. In a recent 2014 documentary titled Young Rebels, The Story of the Southall Youth Movement, members of the Southall Youth Movement openly speak about violent assaults, racism, and prejudice in schools, where a racist policy of busing was implemented by the then government, which involved immigrant children from the Indian subcontinent and African Caribbean families being sent to schools outside of Southall. Throughout the London Borough of Ealing, due to complaints from white parents campaigning against the increasing number of immigrant children in the local primary schools. An accompanying report to that documentary by the Asian Health Agency in partnership with Digital Works, which was funded by the Heritage Lottery Fund, states, the first generation to attend schools in England experienced racial abuse, racist attacks, and discrimination as a daily feature of life, both in the playground and on the way to and from school, as well as on the streets, while their parents struggled and worked to provide for their families. Asian children and young people were learning to live with and cope in a different environment without any family or community support against this overt racism. Their personal experiences shattered the myths and beliefs instilled in them by their parents that the English were tolerant, fair, and just, and that the police, educational, and other public institutions and professionals be afforded almost unchallengeable respect. When we're thinking about the racism that young children faced in the 1970s, we can still see that happening today in the UK. In November 2020, I think you might have all seen that there was a viral video that went viral of a Telford Sikh young boy who was bullied and attacked on his way home from school. And some of you might know of the death of a young Sikh boy called Vijay Singh in 1996, who took his life due to the racist bullying that he was experiencing in his school. So it's not something that was in the past, it's something that still continues today. Now, despite some positive steps along the way, what we can see is that Britain remained and still remains a nation divided on racial lines, with suspicion of ethnic minorities and significant social inequalities, some of which were highlighted during and have been brought to the public light due to COVID-19. The first of the Southall riots on the 23rd of April 1979 was a turning point when the Southall Youth Movement and allied anti-fascist protesters of the Anti-Nazi League demonstrated against a provocative National Front meeting being held in the town hall. And it's important to note how the movement was for a battle for equality within the UK. Now, if we turn to the anti-immigrant sentiment, we can then also look at the rise in anti-Islam politics. The anti-immigrant sentiment, which was to later diversify specifically into an anti-Islam, anti-Sharia, or a counter-jihad narrative, and continue to be a rallying point for the nationalist groups in Britain in the 1970s. A decade or so after the speech that ended Powell's political career, Nick Griffin, the former leader of the British National Party and former member of the European Parliament, could not have been clearer when it came to the policy ideas regarding British Sikhs. He once proposed the voluntary repatriation of Sikhs to India so that West London wouldn't be so crowded at rush hour time. As recently as 2010, the British National Party would continue to promote their controversial immigration policy for those defined as non-white British, with voluntary resettlement grants of 50,000 for 180,000 individuals per year. But by then, they had become almost irrelevant. In 2010, the British National Party ended up with just 2 council seats from 338 and lost both European seats. Around the time of this political decline, a 78-year-old Sikh, Rajinder Singh, who had lost his father to the hands of Muslim extremists during India's partition, became the BNP's first non-white member. The BNP had been forced to change the constitution to allow non-whites to join, fearing legal action from the Equalities and Human Rights group. Other groups later developed, primarily focused in opposition to the actions of British Muslim extremists. For example, the United People of Luton was the precursor to what became known as the EDL, English Defence League. It was born in Luton in 2009 in response to Islamist protests as the Royal Anglican Regiment paraded through the Bedfordshire town, returning from a tour of Afghanistan. Meanwhile, demographic changes were afoot in the UK. Whilst Christianity continued to see a dramatic decline in adherents, falling from 37 million in 2001 to 33 million in 2011, the increase in Britain's Muslim population from 1.5 million in 2001 to 2.7 million in 2011 fueled fears, with stories suggesting Muslim communities were somehow overtaking white Brits. Headlines such as "The Changing Face of Britain," "A child in Birmingham is now more likely to be a Muslim than Christian," and "Muslim population of the UK could triple to 13 million following record influx" would provide the necessary oxygen for groups like the English Defence League to feed their concerns about a Muslim takeover and in turn lead to this racism and racialization of identity. Unlike the British National Party or the National Front before it, the English Defence League focused primarily on an anti-Sharia and anti-Islam politics, and many of the street protests by the group over the years have turned ugly. Clashes have occurred with Muslims counter-protesters like the Muslim Defence League and groups like Unite Against Fascism. Notably, Azad Ali, the vice chairman of Unite Against Fascism, is an Islamist. The English Defence League's founder, Tommy Robinson, who left the group in 2013, admitting neo-Nazis had infiltrated his street movement, is now an author and former journalist for right-wing media, rebel media. The English Defence League's focus on Islam resonated with disgruntled members of the white working class concerned about mainstream political correctness around Islamic extremism and Britain's sexual grooming gang problem. It therefore attracted many followers from ordinary backgrounds. Now, the English Defence League started using the slogan "Black and White Unite," conveniently taken from anti-racism protesters of the 1970s. From the outset, its membership included those from ethnic minorities, so in interviews, Tommy Robinson often pushed back against the suggestion that English Defence League was a racist organisation. Moreover, one of the English Defence League's main spokespersons in its early days was Gurmeet Singh, who was Sikh-born. English Defence League also promoted a Jewish, LGBT and Sikh division, and Tommy Robinson whilst criticising Islam, continued to promote a very pro-Sikh view. During May 27th, 2013, the English Defence League's demonstration in Whitehall, Sikhs campaigning for the release of a Sikh on death row in India were sandwiched between rival groups, the English Defence League and Unite Against Fascism supporters. And Tommy Robinson took the opportunity to highlight the Sikh contribution to the Great Wars, and we can explore what that meant with reference to the whole notion and association with Islamophobia within the Sikh community. In a video after the Manchester Arena terror bombing, Tommy Robinson visited a Gurdwara in Birmingham, where he was greeted by a prominent member of a Sikh organisation, Sikh Youth UK, and said, "So many times the Sikh community are wrongly identified as problematic by uneducated people. I've spent the last 6 to 7 years forming relationships with Sikhs across the country. We couldn't ask, and no one could ask for a better minority, more loyal, more patriotic, and more hardworking people." This outreach, along with regular pro-Sikh social media posts, set Robinson apart from the likes of Griffin and the leadership of groups like Britain First, who also continued to primarily campaign on an anti-Islam agenda. Now, on the 22nd of November in 2017, Tommy Robinson tweeted images of historic Sikh martyrs by Satidas and by Dayala being executed by Indian Muslim rulers for refusing to get forcibly converted to Islam. Now, although the tweet was historically accurate, these kinds of posts played into the hands of, amongst others, India's anti-Islam Hindu nationalists, but it also kind of created an experience or an image of Sikhs being Islamophobic. However, it was the UK Independence Party which brought concerns about Islamic extremism into mainstream political discourse. In 2015, its former leader, Nigel Farage, when talking about immigration, said some Muslims in Britain want to form a fifth column and kill us. In 2017, a failed UKIP leadership candidate, Annie Marie Waters, set up For Britain, a party purporting to be the only party speaking up for the forgotten people of Britain. And one of its main priorities was to speak out against Islamic extremism. Now, the increasing anti-Islam focus across right-leaning and far-right politics became problematic for all of Britain's diverse communities, not just the Muslim community. Moreover, it has not just been restricted to hateful speech. Social media campaigns and petitions against, say, for example, halal meat, angry street protests, or the promotion of divisive politics are evident. And it has involved real and direct violence. In fact, when the Royal Anglican Regiment staged their homecoming parade in Luton back in 2009, and men from an extremist group called Islam for UK demonstrated, shouting, "Anglican soldiers go to hell." An angry reaction was provoked against Asians per se, and Luton's turbaned Sikh mayor, Jagbir Singh, was kicked to the ground. As this discourse, anti-Islam discourse grew, the conflation between race and religion became a more common occurrence in both Britain, in Britain, just like in the US, a phenomenon we describe as the racialization of Islamophobia. Despite continuing to face racism and having become a fundamental part of pluralist British identity, and subject to varied media portrayals and interests, say, for example, from the Sikh warriors of Peter Dickinson's 1970s, The Changes BBC trilogy, to Kip in The English Patient, who is a sapper, a soldier for the British and works in demining and bomb diffusion, to the Sikh family portrayed in Bend It Like Beckham, or to the Bollywood film Singh is King, with a cover song by rap stars Snoop Dogg. What is important to note is that as a community, due to a level of religious illiteracy, we Sikhs have been at the forefront of experiencing racism, but also a rise in anti-Sikh hate crime. Now, one of the things that was important to note is that the racist discourse gained momentum and changed after the Salman Rushdie affair in 1989, and the First Gulf War, when South Asian communities such as Hindus and Sikhs became targets for attack due to racial similarities to the Muslim community. This was particularly so for the Sikhs because the male Sikh identity, especially of the turban-wearing males, was and continues to be conflated with Muslim identity. Amritdhari initiated or non-initiated turban-wearing Sikh men, as a result, have become particularly vulnerable because the Sikh dastar, turban, and kesh, the unshorn hair, have been confused with Osama bin Laden's kaifa, headdress, and beard. Attacks on Sikhs intensified in the immediate aftermath of September the 11th, 2001, when the Sikh turban, an article of faith that had wide recognition due to Sikh military contribution, was transformed from a sacred piece of religious attire to an object of marginalization and target for discrimination. So while Sikhs have integrated and used the law of the land to protect their religious identity and articles of faith, it is evident that they have not managed to curb racism, but have become the victims, particularly turban-wearing Sikh men, of increasing race hate crimes since 9/11 due to mistaken identity. Now, although Sikhs routinely faced insults and racial slurs in the UK directly after 9/11 and in the wake of the terrorist atrocities of 7/7 or the killing of drummer Lee Rigby, the attacks in Paris, January 2015, November 2015, and April 2017, or the Manchester bombing in 2017, and even after the EU referendum, Sikhs have experienced what can be defined as an Islamophobia backlash in the form of physical and verbal attacks. Derogatory references at turban Sikhs in the US, but also Britain, began to include the slur Taliban or Osama bin Laden, adding to the repository of hate-filled language that they'd experienced previously. The precursor, of course, being bin Laden. The images of bin Laden, followed by the Taliban in the mainstream media, further reinforced the association of beards and turbans with the enemy and terrorism per se. This in turn fueled hostility towards British Sikhs who comprised of the majority of people who wear turbans in Britain. A BBC report in September 2001 highlighted how British Sikhs in the Midlands felt intimidated in the aftermath of the Twin Towers attack. One person told the BBC, "A lorry driver started passing by me, and the driver opened the window and said to me, 'Hello, bin Laden.'" Following the 7/7 bombings, Harjeet Singh, a young Sikh studying in Dublin, was blamed for the attacks and called bin Laden. He was set upon and stabbed. The year before, in 2004, another Sikh, Jagdish Singh, was similarly beaten in Coventry. The latter two cases show how Sikhs, like Muslims, were equally vulnerable to extreme violence against the perceived enemy. Derogatory racial slurs like Paki are in fact totally nothing new to Sikhs, but the reference to turban Sikhs has bin Laden or towel heads sadly became a common occurrence in Britain post 9/11. This in effect transformed the Sikh turban and beard, symbols of religious significance representing justice, tolerance, and equality, to symbols of marginalization, hatred, and vilification. The racialization of religious identity began to have real and serious consequences. Those on the front line dealing with post 9/11 backlash in Britain recall the challenges on the ground at the time. Retired Metropolitan Police Detective Sergeant Gurharpal Verdi, who is of Sikh heritage himself, told The Guardian newspaper about a frightening level of ignorance about Sikh identity. Quote, "I dealt with a lot of complaints. We had attacks on individuals, even on women. When 9/11 happened, I was going around police stations to tell the officers the differences between the Taliban and a Sikh, because they didn't know either. And this is London, a multicultural area. It doesn't help when they kept showing images of Osama bin Laden and in the UK, it's the Sikhs who wear a turban, end quote. An important case highlighting how these images and associations, especially bin Laden, affected British Sikhs is that of Jagdish Singh. On 26 September 2004, Singh was subjected to a violent physical assault due to his appearance. At the time, a British engineer, Kenneth Bigelow, had been kidnapped by Muslim extremists in Iraq. Despite pleas to the then Prime Minister Tony Blair, the British government refused to meet demands made by his captors. Bigley, who appeared on his knees in videos in an orange jumpsuit before armed masked militants, was subsequently beheaded. Prior to Bigley's murder, Singh was walking home one evening in Coventry with his 10-year-old nephew and was accosted by white males who told him, quote, Pakis were causing a great deal of problem in Iraq. He was repeatedly called Paki and bin Laden during the violent assault in which he was punched 30 times. Now, Singh is a well-known activist in the community, and he gave oral evidence to a Home Affairs Committee outlining his experience as a Sikh in post-9/11 Britain. Although he had been subjected to racism before, he said his Islamophobic attack was the worst thing that had happened to me in my life. Quote, that particular incident epitomizes the kind of verbal brutality and physical brutality, the verbal aggression and the physical aggression that members of the Sikh community are suffering. The point is, are we to treat this as part of life? Are we to treat this as part of an ongoing situation? As a community, we feel very much exposed, very vulnerable, but even more so, we feel that the British government has done next to nothing in terms of putting into place any form of measure by way of public statements of support. Now, following the 7/7 bombings in London, Harjeet Singh, a young Sikh studying in Dublin, was blamed for the attacks and called bin Laden and set upon, as I mentioned earlier. Now, in the case of initiated Sikhs like Jagdish Singh and Harjeet Singh, it is clear, due to comments made by their assailants, that the turban and beard, which form that integral part of the Sikh identity, had been conflated with the attire of Islamic extremists like Osama bin Laden and his deputy Ayman al-Zawahiri, who wore turbans and had beards. Sidhu and Gohill, in their civil rights in wartime research, note, quote, bin Laden's image, complete with his white turban and flowing beard, had been seared into American consciousness, which was still reeling with grief and anger. The visual connection between a turbaned bin Laden and a dark-skinned turbaned male had been forged. Now, in 2015, 4 decades on from the murder of Gurdeep Singh Chagger in West London, an attack with a clawhammer and a machete on Dr. Sarandev Singh Bamra, a trainee from North Wales, sent shockwaves through Britain's Sikh community. Like Chagger, he was targeted because of his colour, but the motivation behind the attack was more specific still. According to the perpetrator, Zach Davis, it was a revenge murder of Fusilier Lee Rigby by Muslim extremists in Woolwich in 2013. In fact, Davis shouted, "White power, I did it for Lee Rigby," during the frenzied attack that left Bamra with life-changing injuries. Now, in September 2050, Davis was sentenced to life imprisonment for racially aggravated attempted murder. On sentencing, Sarandev's brother, Dr. Trilochan Singh Bamra, read a statement and said, quote, Sarandev was singled out because of his color of his skin. We are in no doubt that had the racial disposition of this case been reversed, this would be reported as an act of terror from a wide media coverage. We as a family have listened intently to the evidence and are in no doubt, given the racial and political motivation, that this should be rightly defined as an act of terrorism. Ethnic minorities have and continue to contribute positively to the multicultural Britain of 2015. Sikhs have sacrificed their lives in both world wars to facilitate the freedom that Britain enjoys today. End quote. Now, remarkably, with this particular incident, it was not always entirely clear that the victim had been a Sikh. In January 2015, on a flagship BBC radio program, a Muslim guest discussing Islamophobia after the Charlie Hebdo killing with host Jeremy Vine inaccurately inferred that Bamra was a Muslim, which resulted in a complaint to the BBC. Notably, the BBC discussion involved talking to Jewish and Muslim representatives who feared backlash, but no one from the non-Abrahamic faith traditions, including Sikhs, were invited to speak. The BBC Newsnight team subsequently referred to the incident as Islamophobic, again with no reference to Bamra's Sikh heritage. In fact, the media, police, and British government's primary focus then, and even today, in today's current context, has been almost entirely on highlighting, tackling, and pursuing Muslim Islamism. This has been to the detriment of others who have largely suffered in silence, and Sikhs in particular, who have been described as the invisible victims of hate crime. The vulnerability of Sikhs to post 9/11 prejudices has been a consistent affair. In the same year as Zach Davis' conviction in 2015, a Sikh professional working in central London described how he had been effectively barred from a London nightclub because the door staff said people inside had seen him on closed-circuit television, informing him, "You look intimidating due to the color of your skin and your beard, and you look like a Muslim." Now, in 2017, when Arsenal Fan TV interviewed two Sikhs, they informed the host fellow supporters had tried to take their turbans off and called them Turbanator and Osama squared. These kinds of experiences are far from unusual. The irony is none of the 9/11 terrorists wore turbans, and the majority of them, like the Egyptian national Mohammed Atta, were in fact clean-shaven. The trigger to these hate crimes are in no way different to those motivating attacks on American Sikhs. And I just want to kind of highlight, there was in Britain after 7/7, some Sikhs were wearing T-shirts saying "Don't freak, I'm a Sikh," to kind of distinguish themselves from the Muslim community and to protect themselves from any backlash. Racism per se, combined with the stark realities of post 9/11, has been a bitter pill for the Sikhs to swallow. In 2009, Dean Nelson, the then Telegraph's Asian editor, wrote an article titled "Our Shameful Treatment of Britain's Sikh Survivors," referring to the awful incident when a group of Sikhs from Luton escaped their burning bus on the motorway hard shoulder, having come back from a seaside trip. Rather than provide assistance, passing motorists instead hurled racist abuse at them and gave them the finger and told them to get back into their burning inferno. In 2013, a video of an unprovoked attack on a Sikh pensioner in Coventry by a white teenager went viral. His attacker was subsequently jailed for 2 years. And in the following year, a Sikh cabbie had his turban ripped off and burnt in Bristol, for which a woman was convicted for a race hate crime. Sikh men have also reported racist graffiti scrawled on properties and Sikh places of worship, gurdwaras, and non-Muslim men have been sworn at and called terrorists because they either had a beard, wore a turban, or because of their race and ethnicity. Sikhs, along with Muslims and Hindus, make up one of these groups that are commonly racialized, and those racial and ethnic identities become attached to a particular religion or religions. Sikhs and Hindus may have different belief systems, but because they come from that same ethnic background, say, for example, India and Pakistan, they share some of the same outcomes of racialization, and this is evident in the Sikh experience in the UK. And one of these attacks, but also evidence of the religious illiteracy about who a Sikh was evident in 2018 when Ravneet Singh from EcoSikh was attacked outside of Parliament. We're also noticing a lot of attacks on Sikhs via social media. So whilst physical attacks and abuse are rising, another arena in which we see an escalation of hate crime is in the echo chambers of social media, which serve to further propagate a dangerous narrative, particularly evident in the US, where some ignorantly equated Sikhs with terrorists to a much wider global audience. So in this slide, in June 2017, an American flight passenger sitting in proximity to a turban Sikh published a series of images wrongly believing a turban Sikh man was a terrorist and Muslim. In one image, he wrote in the accompanying caption, "Update, I'm still alive," along with an emoji to indicate his sense of relief. However, social media users in the UK have also propagated this dangerous narrative. And this is one of those tweets. On the 14th of May 2016, when Manchester United versus Bournemouth match was being played at Old Trafford was cancelled due to a bomb scare, there was a Twitter fury as an Arsenal supporter blamed Sikh football fans for the evacuation by posting an image of Sikh turban-wearing men with a caption that read, "Bomb threat at Old Trafford. I know where my investigation would start." What was clear from this was that he had no idea what the image he was using was, that the image that he was using was of Sikh men and not Muslims. Nevertheless, aside from the misidentification of those with visible articles of faith on social media or otherwise, other Sikhs who did not wear turbans or outwardly express adherence to their religious tradition equally face prejudice in the public space. One of the recent cases that reinforces this wider problem is the curious case of Manpreet Melli, which she described herself as bizarre. Melli is a Sikh heritage reporter at BBC Gloucestershire, was out shopping in her local Sainsbury's supermarket on the 12th of November 2016, when she discovered someone had mischievously placed packets of pork scratchings in her shopping basket. On discovering them, Melli was understandably shocked, tweeting to the person, quote, "To the person who dropped 2 bags of pork scratchings into my basket in Sainsbury's, your pitiful Saturday activity backfired. I'm not Muslim." She does not wear a turban nor wear any visible symbols of Sikhi. Manpreet described how she had faced racism before, but this was the first thing to upset her in the last 10 years. The individuals who acted with the explicit understanding pork is forbidden or haram to practicing Muslims, and thus would be offensive to Melli, ignorantly assuming she was of the Islamic faith. Understanding the pork's prohibition in Islam has motivated more serious incidents against other unorthodox Sikhs. Just after the 2010 election, former government minister Paramjit Danda had a pig's head thrown in his drive. In his book, My Political Race, he notes, people didn't even realize he was actually a Sikh and not a Muslim. And under a chapter titled The Pig's Head, Danda writes, quote, "It was almost comical that they thought the best way to offend me was by leaving a pig's head on my drive because they assumed I was Muslim. The subtlety of these people to know the difference between a Sikh and a Muslim would have been a bit much to expect, I guess." Apart from highlighting the wider ramifications for all Sikhs, both the Melli and Danda incidents demonstrate that the detractors did in fact have some basic religious literacy when it came to Islam. Furthermore, it illustrates how race and ethnicity has often been conflated with religiosity, presenting a group of hate crime victims who have been largely subsumed within the broader debate. Certainly from a policy perspective, the focus has been on Islamophobia directed at Muslims rather than non-Muslims or those of no faith. Just a quick slide where I'm just going to highlight that while individuals are facing race hate crimes, places of worship have also been confused and Sikh Gurdwaras, for example, in the UK have been attacked, a number here. And most recently last year in 2021, Guru Nanak Darbar Gurdwara in Gravesend had graffiti painted on its wall. And the irony of that was that was the Gurdwara that was feeding the lorry drivers who were stuck at Dover. So yeah, just something for you to know. Now, what is clear is that globally race hate crimes against Sikhs are growing, and we need to understand why this is the case. Is it really to do with anti-Sikh hate crime or Islamophobia and mistaken identity? It is clear that Islamophobia does not distinguish between people's experiences of victimization. And as Professor Awan notes, This is not Islamophobia against Muslims, but Islamophobic hate crimes against non-Muslim men. The experiences of non-Muslim men who suffer Islamophobia because they look Muslim remain invisible in both official statistics and empirical research. What we need to note is that statistics show that racist and anti-religious hate crimes dramatically peaked immediately after recent terror attacks in the UK, such as the attacks in Westminster, Manchester, and London Bridge. But what the figures don't show is the human side behind the spikes in attacks on non-Muslim, specifically Sikh, because they are perceived to be Muslim. And I think one of the things I would like to highlight is that these are some of the official figures that we are now getting from the Home Office on race hate crimes within the UK. And you can see that there has been a gradual rise in the number of crimes, race hate attacks that have been reported. And we have now been able to gauge that those are specific to Sikh individuals. 2020 to 2021, there was a decline, but that's more related probably to the fact that we were in lockdown and COVID-19. And on the other side, I've got some FBI figures just to kind of show the number of attacks that have occurred and that have been reported and recorded in FBI statistics of Sikhs who have been attacked in America. And I suppose one of the things I want to kind of highlight is we have to be careful how we interpret figures and what conclusions we arrive at when looking at these figures. Particularly, we have to recognize the issue of underreporting by the community in terms of attacks that they may have encountered. And just to, I'll finish soon. What my research has found is that particularly the individuals who are perceived to be Muslim, because they had a visible identity, are more vulnerable to anti-Muslim hostility, intimidation, abuse, and threats to violence. And for too long, these victims either have just shrugged the abuse off or have been ignored in the UK and US. And the community to date have now been campaigning to have these attacks monitored, and so leading to an increased reporting and monitoring of what is happening. I suppose in America, we can think of the organization Sikh Coalition, who have been advocating for accurate recording and reporting by the community, but also in the UK by groups such as Sikh Federation, Sikh Council UK, in terms of Home Office providing facilities and portals for Sikhs to report attacks on them as a community. And most recently, what we have seen is that in the UK, the need for this has been recognised by the Home Office, and on the 13th of January 2022, a Sikh platform was launched called the UK Sikh Guard, a reporting portal to record race hate crime, which will record and monitor hate crime against Sikhs. And hopefully we will soon have more accurate data on what is happening within the community in terms of attacks. What I would like to conclude is that in a globally connected world, the actions by one terrorist group, such as ISIS, can lead to counter reactions, which can also impact upon non-Muslim men because race and religion are interlinked. In certain cases, if the markers of Islam, for example, a Muslim cap or beard, are present and an individual looks like a Muslim, then they can be perceived as being the other. Correspondingly, their distinctive appearance that made them a target can make them a target of Islamophobia. Having a beard is part of my religion, but it is opening me up to an attack, as one of our respondents told us. And I think what is important to note is that more research is needed on this in the global context, but also with reference to the gender dimension in terms of race hate crime against Sikh women. And I'll end there.
Great, thank you for that very interesting talk. I think we'll encourage everyone to post your questions in the question and answer box in the bottom ribbon. While you gather your thoughts, we do have one question here from an anonymous attendee, so I'll just go ahead and read that out. To what extent could this discourse of mistaken identity itself be at least somewhat mistaken? Whilst it could be the case that a proportion of hate crimes against Sikhs arise out of anti-Muslim sentiment, isn't it equally, if not more likely, that the people who perpetrate these crimes actually don't care who they target? In effect, might Sikhs have become the easiest target for any racist hate crime, the scapegoats?
Yeah, so I think we have to be very careful in terms of how we define these attacks, in terms of whether it is anti-Muslim hate crime or is it specifically anti-Sikh hate crime. I think one of the issues within the UK context in terms of what the attacks on the Sikh gentlemen have shown is that just the identity, the color of your skin or your appearance opens you up for attack. And irrespective of those who attack you, 9 out of 10 times, most of them will not even know that you are a Sikh from your appearance. And I think the other issue that I would like to highlight there is the level of religious illiteracy amongst the perpetrators of these attacks. They cannot distinguish between a Sikh, a Hindu, or a Muslim, for example, in terms of when they are doing these attacks. And I think there needs to be a growing and concerted effort by the community, but also by government in terms of making sure that awareness is raised about who a Sikh is and the differences between religious identities.
Great. Another question here. How has the response of the British authorities evolved over time? And has the response been mostly reactive and proactive? Can you provide examples of reactive and proactive responses? Since the 1970s, NF times, are we generally seeing progress in British society, or are things just as bad today?
I suppose working within policy remits and with government, one of the things that I can say is that in terms of how things have changed and what governments do to ensure that communities are safe, is that they basically are reactive. They are not proactive. They are reactive to certain incidences, and they will then try and address the issues. Most recently, with reference to the launch of this new Sikh platform to record Sikh race hate crime against Sikhs, called Sikh Guard, had I shown on the last slide, that has been something that the government has been reactive to because of the community advocacy in the last 2 years to get this platform up and running. The government had said that this would be that there would be a platform for the Sikhs to record race hate crime in 2016. Nothing happened. There was a launch of one platform called Sikh Aware. Nothing materialized from there. As a result, the community groups such as Sikh Federation, Sikh Council UK, have all been advocating to government that things need to change so that things can be monitored. And then as a result of that monitoring, issues could be addressed. And we're hoping that with the Sikh Guard platform, if Sikhs do record race hate crime and we get a true reflection of what is happening within the UK context, then certain things can be put in place by policy makers.
Great, thank you for that. And I think there is a question from one of the panelists, Dr. Sunit Singh. If you want to join us on video and you can open up your audio, we invite you to ask the question now.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll try to be brief. One has to do with the definition of a hate crime that you're operating with. I mean, it does seem to me that there are some pretty important differences in terms of how freedom of speech works in the United States versus in Britain, and what you're arguing for precisely. Why don't existing laws If someone is attacked physically, clearly there would be laws against that. But I'm curious about what you think the limits of speech are. Calling someone a turbinator, to my mind, would not be considered hate speech as such. And so what is it that you're arguing for there in terms of classifications? I have a historical question about the shift that you charted against sort of the South Hall youth movement, the kind of anti-fascism movements of the 70s and 80s, and the Rushdie affair, and how that was a turning point for many South Asians, Muslims, Sikhs, and others, whereby they moved from identifying as leftists committed to an anti-fascist politics to themselves embracing militant Islam and various forms of kind of ethno-nationalism. What do you attribute that shift to? And lastly, on the question of sort of the statistics, I mean, you issued a caution about them, but might it not be the case that many more people reported hate crimes, particularly between 2016 and 2020, when there was this heightened sense that there was an increase in sensitivities about when someone is called a name on the street, rather than an actual hate crime for which someone is then prosecuted? Yeah.
So taking your last question, I think within the, since 2015, there has been an active campaign within the community in the UK to make reporting of any incident of race hate crime prevalent, so that we are recorded in the system, so that we can get access to the resources that the other faith communities, particularly the Jewish or the Muslim community, are getting. So you are seeing, so from 2015 onwards, advocacy groups campaigning and going on Sikh channels, for example, to inform community members that any incident needs to be logged and recorded, so that there is documentation for government that this is happening. So the smallest thing that might happen, they want recorded, because they feel that that is evidence that there is something anti-Sikh going on within the wider context. That is problematic, because some of these comments are just, I'm not trying to belittle it, but some of these comments can be taken out of context, and the full context is not realized. So yes, there's that campaign, and I think that this is the same also within the States, with advocacy groups, in terms of making sure that figures are recorded and monitored, so that the resources can be put in place for the community. And I think with the hope of the Sikh Guard platform, it is hoped that all recording, whether it's graffiti on a Sikh place of worship, or whether somebody has been called names or spat on, is recorded, so that government can address those issues. I can't remember what your other, sorry, I've forgotten the other two questions.
It's all right, Harjeet. Do you want to take the others that you have lined up? I mean, mine were pretty extensive, and so.
Sure, no problems. I'm just going to check here. So there.
Otherwise, I would like to ask by way of, to follow up, though, setting aside the other questions, on the kind of sense of alarm. I mean, you quoted numbers where there's something like 500,000 Sikhs in Britain, but the number of crimes reported is 200, right? Seems to me that there's quite a bit of disproportion there, and what you make of this sort of unending kind of victimology that we're all subject to.
So I totally agree with that. One of my biggest issues I have is that there's a victim mentality within the community at the moment with reference to this. And I have disputed some of the figures that the community advocacy groups have been putting out. Particularly, for example, I mentioned the 2016 report, which talks about 100,000 Sikhs have been attacked within the UK. And I questioned that, and I remember the abuse that I got as a result of disputing those figures. And most recently, our all-party parliamentary group for British Sikhs, they made the claim that that there had been an increase of 70% of race hate crimes within the UK. But what they did was they took the years from 2017-18 and looked at 2019-20. And the media reporting then got sensationalized about how Sikhs were experiencing these race hate crimes, even though I think, if I'm correct, there was only an increase of 14 cases between the years. So one of the things I think it is important to note is that sometimes figures and percentages get used to put across a particular message, and that is problematic. And I think also with reference to how the victim issue is kind of articulated in the media creates further problems within the Sikh community, but also within the wider Muslim community as well, in terms of what's going on.
Great, thank you for that. So I'll just ask one of the questions in the chat here. I see the value of religious literacy generally, but how would religious literacy help specifically in the prevention of hate crimes other than to allow perpetrators to specify their targets more precisely? And I just an add-on question to this. You seem to be suggesting that increased surveillance by the government and potential of that to drive policy changes would help reduce these crimes. Is there any concern that these should be reduced across the board, not just among Sikhs? And is there any evidence that this actually works? Or is it better to approach more kind of community-based dialogic ways of reducing some of these tensions?
So with reference to your question about monitoring and the successes, with reference to the Jewish community and the Muslim community, in terms of some of the things that government has put into place in terms of monitoring what is happening and then solutions to address the issues, they have worked in terms of the security measures for places of worship for say, for example, the Jewish community or the Muslim community. Have played an important role in curbing some of the issues. But with reference to the Sikh community, they didn't have any of that kind of monitoring, or even the Hindu community. And what they were advocating for from 2015 was that the same kind of monitoring and policy provisions that were being made for the Abrahamic faiths needed to be rolled out for the Dharmic faiths, so that they could also record and gauge what was happening within the community, so that then policy changes could be made to address issues. And I think government has been listening, and they have kind of disaggregated, say, for example, the race hate crime figures, so that the religion is made more clear. And I also think the issue around religious literacy is important. I think we need to have religious literacy being taught within schools. I'm a very firm advocate in terms of religious education in schools, so that students, young people, know about the other. But it's also important that religious literacy is prevalent within all our circle of life kind of thing, because when you have policy people who don't even know the difference between a Sikh and a Muslim, then you've got issues. If those who are representing us don't know the difference, then we've got problems. I'm just thinking of Mitt Romney in 2012 with reference to Wisconsin. He referred to Sikhs as sheikhs, and then he referred to the Sheikh Gurdwara. And the other incident I recall is one of our ambassadors within India, the UK ambassador, Deputy High Commissioner, who referred to the Golden Temple as the Golden Mosque. Right? So if we cannot differentiate between religious communities, we are going to allow this kind of misrepresentation, but also problems to continue. So I think religious literacy is important from a young age, so that we create an environment where people know who the other is, understand the differences, but also what their values and what their religion teaches and advocates for.
Great, thank you. And there's a bunch of questions coming in now, but we'll have to end the discussion with last one here by Dr. Tavleen Kaur. She says, thank you, Jagbir. Could you comment and share your thoughts on this? And she gives the question. There is such vile Islamophobia amongst Punjabi Sikhs in the UK. And just to kind of comment on that, there's also a pretty big kind of division between these two communities, especially in the UK. If you compare that to Canada and the US, it's not the same context. How does this officially documented anti-Sikh hate crimes fit in the broader scheme? So if hate violence Sikhs in the UK are facing is largely anti-Muslim in rhetoric act, what does that mean internally for Islamophobic Sikhs themselves? Also, what would you say is the overall benefit to having better documented anti-Sikh hate? And I think the last part of the question speaks a bit of even some of the images in your slides, where Sikhs who don't wear turbans or any religious markings are having are being given pork, and you're saying that this is a mistaken identity. So then should everybody kind of wear the marks of a Sikh identity, and what are the problems associated with that? So where does this go? I think everyone's asking, but go ahead and ask that, please.
Okay, right, yeah. So Tavleen, that's a really important question about Islamophobia among Punjabi Sikhs in the UK, and how that fits into the broader scheme of things. When you talk about the vile Islamophobia among Punjabi Sikhs in the UK, I think one of the things I would like to kind of clarify is that it's within particular pockets of Punjabi Sikhs in the UK. And one of the groups that I focused on was an organisation called Sikh Youth UK, and there's another one that worked alongside, say, for example, the likes of Tommy Robinson. They work with them, but what we have seen is that within the community, we have addressed, well, I think certain groups within the UK have addressed that Islamophobia amongst the Punjabi Sikhs and tried to push it out. So that, I think, has been sorted. You ask, what does that mean internally for Islamophobic Sikhs? They're part of the problem in terms of if they are part of creating an anti-Muslim rhetoric, they can also be the victims of it. So they have to see what they are doing and address it as if it's impacting them or fellow members of their community as well. So I think it's something that we need documenting. We need internal conversations about our own behaviour with reference to Islamophobia. I also think having proper documentation about race hate crime against Sikhs is important, so that we can truly understand why are Sikhs being attacked, whether it is something to do with an anti-Sikh narrative or whether it is that mistaken identity. And I think at the moment, the push for within the UK context is, and the focus is on that anti-Sikh narrative. And I'm not sure that it is that anti-Sikh narrative. Actually, it is that mistaken identity, or that is more of an issue.
Great. Thank you for the lovely talk and for considering all these questions. If you didn't get your question answered, by all means, we can carry the conversation forward, or feel free to speak with Dr. Jhutti-Johal in the chat function. We are going to, just because we're short on time, transition over to the book panel talk. So I'll turn off my screen and invite Dr. Anneeth or Hundle to come on up and introduce the next panel.
Hello, everyone. Good morning here from California. I want to welcome you to our third and final session of the Winter 2022 Sikh and Punjab Studies Webinar, and actually our very first book forum around Dr. Gurharpal Singh and Dr. Giorgio Shani's Sikh nationalism from a dominant minority to an ethno-religious diaspora, which was published by Cambridge University Press last year in 2021. My name is Anneeth Hundle, and I am Assistant Professor of Anthropology and Chair of Sikh Studies at UC Irvine. And as usual, I want to thank Arvind and Harjeet and Alex and everyone for putting together this fantastic series, and also for all the speakers and the audience today that has been able to come. So the format for our forum will be pretty straightforward. I will introduce each speaker on the forum, and they will each get about 10 minutes to speak in turn. And at the end of the discussion and responses to the book, we will open it up for about 5 to 10 minutes at the end to have some time for all the participants in the book forum to be able to respond to each other. So a bit of a roundtable format. And then I will open it up to the larger Q&A and to questions from viewers of the webinar. So without further ado, I'm going to move ahead and introduce our first speaker and author of the book, Professor Gurharpal Singh. Gurharpal Singh is Emeritus Professor of Sikh and Punjab Studies at SOAS, University of London. He was the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, SOAS, from 2011 to 2017. He is a political scientist who completed his undergraduate and postgraduate degrees at the LSE. Previously, he was the Nadir Bin Shah Chair in the School of Philosophy, Theology, and Religion at the University of Birmingham. He has also been the C.R. Parekh Chair in Indian Politics at the University of Hull. He is currently working on a Lever Hulum Trust-funded project on Sikhs and the partition of India. So I'd like to congratulate Dr. Gurharpal Singh on the publication of his book, and I invite you to go ahead and start the panel.
Okay, am I on?
Yes.
I've unmuted, and can people hear me? So nod your head that you can. Okay, thank you. I want to begin by thanking Arvind and his team for organizing this discussion. And thanks also to Mark and Van for agreeing to be discussants. Given the time limit, I will be very brief and make very general comments. I hope people will read the book, and it's very easy read, and the questions, if there are any, I'm happy to discuss them in the Q&A. So why the book? I guess there are at least 3 good answers to that question. Firstly, both Giorgio and I were very keen to write an accessible book, one that is easily readable and accessible to a broad audience. The series in which the volume is published, The New Approaches to Asian History by Cambridge, requires it to be in that format. Secondly, we were also keen to demonstrate to a comparative audience, people who are not necessarily Sikhs or those who are specialists on South Asia, where the Sikh case fits in the broader literature on ethnicity and nationalism. And thirdly, I think, and the aim of the book is to start a debate, about a serious discussion of the study of Sikh nationalism. This year marks the 75th anniversary of India's independence. We are also witnessing and reflecting on what is happening both in India and in Pakistan. And it's time to address this question, we felt, seriously, and not treat it as an elephant in the room, something to dance around and not really, and avoid proper discussion. So, given those points, how did we go about the task? What kind of framework did we use? And how did we operationalize it? I suppose the starting point is to begin with the puzzle that from outside, the Sikhs seem a very distinctive community with a long and shared history, a distinctive religious identity, a territorial homeland, a language, and a very vibrant diaspora. Yet, prima facie, they do not necessarily fit in well to the frameworks of ethnicity and nationalism. We recognize that there are many differences amongst scholars in how to define the Sikh community sociologically. But the book starts from the helpful writings of Mark and Van in the early years, and then extends those writings. We start with the proposition that there are two existing accepted narratives of Sikh self-identity, namely religion and nation. And to this, we add a third, the notion of a distinctive minority, both in the diaspora and in the South Asia. And then we explore how these narratives come together and separate in the actions of political formations in the modern period, especially since the late 19th century. We do so by drawing on the work of the late Professor A.D. Smith at the LSE and his ethno-symbolic approach, which highlights the power of nationalism as being rooted in the myths and memories, traditions, symbols of ethnic history and, ethnic heritage, and to quote him, the way in which a popular living past has been and can be rediscovered and reinterpreted by modern nationalists and nationalist intelligentsia. We focus in particular on the castes ethni and evaluate its appeal and why it became the main source of Sikh nationalist identity and imagining from late 19th century onwards. In addition, we draw on three other dimensions. Firstly, we explore how, as a distinctive minority in the Punjab and the world around the Sikhs, shaped their outlook. In particular, here the focus is on the nation-building efforts of the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League before 1947, and after 1947 on nation and state building efforts of the Congress and latterly the BJP. Secondly, we maintain, and this might well be contentious, that the Sikh diaspora is an integral part of the development of Sikh nationalism. It is not necessarily an independent actor, and that there is a great degree of mutual interdependence between the diaspora and the homeland. Thirdly, we also draw on religious nationalism, the rise of religious nationalism globally and how it has emerged and operates in India today. This requires of us a critical assessment of Congress's secular nationalism and obviously of BJP's Hindu nationalism and its framing of Sikhs. in the case of Sikhs themselves, there are also different interpretations of the notion of, or the phenomena of religious nationalism, and Mark has, in his own work, has offered one perspective. We argue, however, along with A.D. Smith, that the fusion of religion and the nation has produced, in the case of Sikhs, something akin to a sacred communion, which is evident in the attachment to the territory and the passion that the Sikh that Sikh nationalism arouses. So now moving on to the structure of the work, briefly, again very briefly, the work is largely chronological. In a sense, it begins with the history of the community and comes right up to the present, to June 2020, before the agricultural acts, except for two chapters. Chapter 1, which discusses at length the existing literature on the study of Sikh nationalism since the 60s to the present, and the final chapter, which is a chapter on the diaspora and development of the diaspora and its engagement with the Sikh nationalist project since its inception. One of the key chapters that I want to highlight, and which I had great engagement in, was the one that on the partition of India, which I believe was the turning point in the development of Sikh nationalism before 1947 and thereafter, and explains much of what we have written. Okay, now finally, I think I can't really say much in terms of the content of the book, because that is for Mark, Van, and those of you who read it to come back to me. But I just want to highlight some of the conclusions and the lessons I think that the Sikh case offers for the comparative study of the subject. We argue that alongside religion, the narrative of nationalism and of a minority are equally important in the self-definition of the community. These narratives are not contradictory, they can be reinforcing. Arguably, it's possible to outline an evolutionary schema of how the community emerged from a small religious group to an ethnic group to a nation in search of a statehood. However, Sikh history suggests that the process also works in reverse, and arguably the recognition of Sikhs in post-1947 India as only a religious community sits uncomfortably with a narrative of nationalism and territorialization with the creation of a Punjabi Suba. It's also important to reflect on the characteristics of the Sikh nation, that it's identity-based, reactive, its credo or ethos is not to dominate and be dominated, and that separatism or statehood is not a sine qua non of Sikh nationalism. It is a reluctant retort, and reluctant retort in a sense that Sikhs prefer to be part of broader, open, plural polities. Sikhs, in this respect, are like the Tamils in Sri Lanka, the Baluchis, the Kashmiris and the Catalans, the Scots and the Welsh. That is a nation without a state. We also argue in the conclusion that it's necessary to recognize that Sikh nationalism is best viewed as a continuum, with multiculturalism and deterritorialize imaginings of the nation at the one end, and of greater autonomy within the Indian Union and separatism at the other. Comparatively, the Sikhs are, like many other communities, for example, like the Jews, a complex minority which shares competing narratives of self-identity, of religion, ethnicity, and the nation. That the Sikh case also highlights the important contribution of the diaspora in the pioneering of multiculturalism and broadly of democratization of public space in the West. And the Sikh case also offers, in light of what's happening in India today, but as what has happened in the past, a very sharp critique of nation and state building since 1947. Finally, the book ends with a plea for the discussion of the subject much more seriously, and for engaging in a more detailed work. And our aim, as I said at the beginning, is to start a debate. And it is only by having a debate that we can address some of the more, the more challenging and contentious and often misleading concerns about Sikh nationalism as a phenomenon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for opening up and introducing the book and giving us some summary key points for it. I'm going to move on to our next speaker. Dr. Giorgio Shani is a professor in and former chair of the Department of Politics and International Studies at International Christian University, Japan. He works on religion and nationalism, critical human security, and post-Western international relations with primary reference to South Asia and its diasporas. He is the author of Religion, Identity, and Human Security, and Sikh Nationalism and Identity in a Global Age, co-author of Sikh Nationalism, which we're discussing now, and co-editor of Rethinking Peace and Religion and Nationalism in Asia. He's published widely in many international studies journals, and he is serving as chair of Religion and Politics of the International Political Science Association, and he previously served as chair of the Global Development Section and president of the Asia Pacific region of the International Studies Association, or ISA. So unfortunately, Dr. Shani couldn't be here with us live in person, but Alex will be sharing a video with us of his presentation for today.
Sat Sri Akal, and apologies that I am unable to attend this forum in person today, but I will be sending my contribution through this video. I am not actually in Delhi. I have Bangla Sahib on the background. I'm in Japan at the moment, and it is 4 a.m. So apologies, but I would not be able to respond in a lucid manner to the excellent comments, and which I'm sure the discussants will make. I would like to thank Arvind for organizing this book forum and for his generous invitation. And I'd like to thank Mark Juergensmeyer and Van Dusenbery in advance for their comments. I'd like to say that all three of them have been inspirations to both myself and Gurharpal during the process of writing the book. And have forced us to really think through the relationship between narratives of nationhood and of religion, and also of the colonial legacy in particular. And above all, I'd like to thank Gurharpal for the generous invitation to contribute to the book. And I should state at the outset that this is his project. I contributed merely the theoretical framework, chapter 1, and the chapter on the diaspora. So he was responsible for the majority of the chapters of this book. Having said that, I have been working on the theme of Sikh nationalism now for 25 years, and I have benefited greatly from Gurharpal's advice and his support and encouragement. And my own contribution to the volume stems from my earlier book in 2008, Sikh Nationalism and Identity in a Global Age. What I'd like to do in my comments would be perhaps to summarize the main arguments which are made in the book, their limitations, and what we do differently in Sikh nationalism. If you would bear with me, I will share my PowerPoint slides. So in Sikh nationalism and identity in a global age, I had argued that Sikhs were a nation, but that this did not necessarily mean they needed a state of their own. So I make a disjuncture here, or a distinction here, between the concepts of nationhood, which refer to an imagined community following Benedict Anderson, or a community of sentiment, if we look at Weber's original iteration, and the idea of sovereign statehood and statehood, the monopoly of the legitimate use of force within a given territory, if we look at Max Weber. So my main argument was that Sikh nationhood was embodied, particularly in the external symbols of the Khalsa, and also within the Guru Panth, rather than territorial in nature. Therefore, consequently, Sikhs could be seen as sovereign wherever they settled and wherever they went. Although the Punjab was the homeland, it did not define and limit Sikhs' aspiration to sovereignty as stipulated in Raj Karega Khalsa. The Khalsa Panth, and I argue that the Khalsa Panth was the correct term for referring to the global Sikh community, corresponded to a deterritorialized Qam, or community suited to our global or globalizing age. And I further developed this concept of embodied sovereignty and related it to international relations in a series of articles on post-Western international relations. Now, although I stand by the key arguments I made in the book, so I believe that the Khalsa Panth is the appropriate term to refer to the global Sikh community, and that the Khalsa Panth is a deterritorialized Qam, which is sovereign. The book did suffer from a series of limitations. Now, one of these limitations was theoretical. The book was written from the perspective of Sikhs in the diaspora, and underemphasized the territorial dimension of Sikh nationalism, and particularly the homeland of the Punjab. And actually, Gurharpal had written a review of the book in Nations and Nationalism, which made this point. And I needed to reassess the central claims of the book within Sikh nationalism. The second limitation was temporal. This book was written in the 1990s and the early 2000s, in the heyday of globalization, where it was possible to imagine new global imaginaries. However, since the book was written, we had the global financial crisis and a retreat from globalization, culminating in Brexit and the travel restrictions, which have been imposed in the wake of coronavirus, which prevent us from having this book forum in person. And within South Asia, we've seen the intensification of the processes associated with Hindutva, with Hindu nationalism, and as I've argued in a recent article, the reimagining of India as a Hindu Rashtra under Modi. So this needed to be taken into account in any appraisal of Sikh nationalism. And the final limitation was methodological. There was a relative lack of engagement with Punjabi sources and this has certainly been rectified as a result of Gurharpal's archival research in Sikh nationalism. So what are we doing differently in Sikh nationalism? Well, for a start, as a result of Gurharpal's archival research and engagement with Punjabi literature and journals, there is more of a focus on the inner dimension of Sikh subjectivity, what it is to be a Sikh and how Sikhs understand their own subjectivity and the coexistence here of these two competing paradigms, which Dusenbery has written upon, the paradigm or the discourse of Sikhism as a world religion and that of the Sikhs as a nation. This book takes an explicitly ethno-symbolist approach, which emphasizes the role of religious myths and historical memories in the construction of a nationalist imaginary. So we're indebted to the work of Anthony Smith, who pioneered this approach, and I was lucky enough to have been taught by Anthony Smith when I was at the London School of Economics. It also engages with post-colonial literature and examines the transformation of Sikh subjectivity in the colonial period. And this draws on Gurharpal's strength, the legacy of partition on Sikh subjectivity and nationhood. So overall we take, and I'm sure Gurharpal has already introduced this in his comments, an integrated approach. So we put forward an integrated approach. So it integrates the study of Sikh nationalism in the Punjab with that of the diaspora. It integrates theories of ethnicity, identity, and religion. And we hope that it offers new insights into religious and minority nationalisms in a globalizing world, so that the book itself can be seen as not just a contribution to the subject of Sikh nationalism, but a contribution to the study of nationalism in general and the relationship between religion and nationalism. Thank you very much for your attention, and I greatly look forward to the comments. Apologies again for not being able to attend in real.
Okay, fantastic. We'll move right along. I just wanted to mention really quickly for Dr. Gurharpal Singh, there are some comments already in the Q&A that you might want to check out, and hopefully that you'll get a chance to address as we move into the Q&A. So I'd like to introduce our third speaker. Dr. Mark Juergensmeyer is a distinguished professor emeritus of sociology and global studies and interim director of the Orfalea Center for Global and International Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and William F. Podlick Distinguished Fellow and Professor of Religious Studies at Claremont McKenna College. He is a pioneer in global studies, focusing on global religion, religious violence, conflict resolution, and South Asian religion and politics. He has published more than 300 articles and 30 books, including the recent God at War, the award-winning Terror in the Mind of God, and his co-edited Oxford Handbook of Global Studies. So with that, I'd like to invite Professor Juergensmeyer to respond to the book. Mark, are you there?
I'm there, but you have to unmute me so you can see my video.
Okay, you're unmuted. So now
there we go. There we are, the live Juergensmeyer. Thank you, Dr. Hundle. And what an amazing book. You know, never again can we have a panel discussing Sikh nationalism or Sikh politics in general without referring to this magisterial book by Gurharpal Singh and Giorgio, Shani. It was really a remarkable book. And as I said, it's readable. You don't expect to find that in a book so richly detailed and so archivally precise and so theoretically sophisticated. But there it is. It's a book that anyone can pick up and read and should. to understand the dynamics of Sikh politics in general and Sikh nationalism in particular. I'd like to pick up on several themes that are in the book. One is dealing with the issue of religion and nationalism. I'm very impressed with the way in which they don't spend a lot of time fretting over the question of religion and what it is and whether it's involved with politics. They just take as a kind of given that there's an ethno-religious phenomenon that's called Sikh nationalism, and it has elements of what we may think of as religion, but also ethnicity and minority status, and it's all blended together into one kind of communal entity. And I think that makes an enormous amount of sense. You know, I write on religious nationalism, on comparative religious nationalism, and I'm sometimes faulted for claiming that religion is a part of the problem. I've never claimed that religion is part of the problem. It is simply a part of the identity. You know, in a recent book where one of my central cases is the movement of the Punjab, which I'm quite familiar with, having lived in the Punjab and taught there for a number of years. and the movement in the 80s that we often identify with Khalistan, although not all the militants were Khalistanis. I put under the general rubric of comparative studies of religious nationalism. Now, I have colleagues in the Punjab that are really unhappy with this. And they said, would you stop talking about this as a movement of religious nationalism? Religion has very little to do with it. You know, you have to look at the condition of young Jat Sikhs and the economic and political and social conditions. I said, I know all of that, and I talk about that. But I said, you're in the Punjab. Maybe what you don't see is what anyone from the outside would immediately see. They're almost all Sikhs. Well, there's something to that. There has to be an explanation for that. It's not just, it happened to be a bunch of, you know, young people in rural Punjab who suddenly decided to, you know, have an uprising against the Indian state. There's something to do with Sikh identity. So it all depends on what you mean, of course, by religion. And one of the things that is meant by religion is identity, a social identity. And that's confounds people who think religion is all about text and about history and about beliefs, and it's about all of those things. But it's also about identity. You know, when I was a young graduate student when I first came to the Punjab, I was doing a study of Dalits, of scheduled caste people in a social religious movement called the Avtar movement, which was part of my dissertation. And so I was out in the village, and I had my two Punjabi tutors, Devinder Singh and Mohinder Singh. I'm still in contact. Great guys. Devinder went on to teach in the Punjabi department in Chandigarh. But my Punjabi wasn't all that good. To tell you the truth, it still isn't all that good. So I needed these guys to help me do these interviews in the village. And they said, well, what do you want to ask? And I said, well, one of the first questions I want to know is, what is their religion? And Devinder looked at me and he said, well, what do you mean by that? I said, what do you mean? I mean, you know, religion. He said, well, no, actually, there's several different words. You could mean Qawm, which is like a large community of faith, a nation. Or you could mean a Panth, which is a specific religious community, and usually under a religious leader, a guru of some sort. Or you could mean dharm, that's what the Christians used, missionaries used for religion, which is really kind of natural law or sacred law, morality. Or you could use Muslim, it's the Muslim term for beliefs. So when you mean religion, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, religion. Well, the point is, there is no simple answer to what religion is, but Qawm, the idea of a large community, a community of association, a community of identity, is as much religion as Muslim, Panth, or Dharm. And I think that's true around the world. In movements such as like the Christian militia in the United States, which is currently a huge political problem and an issue, and they all turned out on January 6th to attack the Capitol. It was a horrible incident. an insurrection. So the question is, what did religion have to do with it? They all wore symbols of religion. You know, they had pictures of Jesus. They had prayers. A cross was brought. And more specifically, they knew who they were against, who were non-Christians, you know, Muslims particularly, or immigrants of any sort. So very, very clearly, this was an identity movement. It was not a pious movement in any kind of sense. It was not a movement about religious beliefs. It wasn't a movement about religious ideals or law. It was about us being white, Christian, largely, you know, heterosexual, male dominated community that felt that somehow America was slipping away from what they imagined to be a Christian nation. America never was a Christian nation. I mean, it was, you know, Thomas Jefferson was very clear that religion, and particularly church religion, should have nothing to do with the state. And most of the founders were kind of atheists. They were deists who didn't follow any kind of religion. And yet there was this imagined past that they want to retreat to. You see some of the same dimension in Brexit in the UK, and the conversation that we've just now had in the preceding panel about the horrible abuses taken against minority communities, Muslims especially, but then Sikhs have also become the target of this kind of imagined white Christian nationalism that never quite existed even in Britain, certainly not in the United States, and certainly not the character of the multicultural communities that are emerging throughout the world, and rightly so, in my point of view. So it's wonderful to see the way in which this book deals with this issue of ethno-religious nationalism in a way that doesn't fuss over religion, but just takes it as one element. Another thing that I found very interesting, and Giorgio just talked about it, was the importance of the diaspora community and its relationship to Sikh nationalism. And he said to some extent the book is written from that perspective, which is, I think important and not coincidental, because you could say, well, my goodness, the movement of, particularly in the 1980s, and the movement and all of the effect after partition that Gurharpal is talking about is certainly centered in the Punjab, and that's true. And yet the diaspora community is never far from those concerns. Years ago, when I was a graduate student at Berkeley, I uncovered a lot of documents relating to the Ghadar movement, the 1915 movement of Punjabis in California, who were attacking the British hold on India and wanted to create a liberated state. And they had a kind of fervor for Indian nationalism that was even greater than in the Punjab at the time. And so I wrote an article called The Ghadar Syndrome. And what I meant by the Ghadar Syndrome was the fusion of diaspora, particularly more minority consciousness abroad, and a nationalism at home. And I saw resonance in a number of places. I mean, in China, the Sun Yat-sen movement was largely fostered from abroad. Ho Chi Minh was living in France and had all of his supporters before he went back to Vietnam. The Ayatollah Khomeini also came from Europe before he came back to Iran. So many of the important movements of nationalism in recent years have had a diaspora connection. And it's also true of the Tamil movement in Sri Lanka. And the Sikh diaspora connection to nationalism is no exception. It's a very interesting phenomenon. It was, I think, very important that it was an important feature of this book. And the last thing that I want to raise is the issue of nationalism itself. Because the very invention of the idea had an association with culture. It goes back to the Westphalian Agreement, where they tried at the end of the wars of religion in Europe, where they were trying to make clear that the association of religion should be decided by the ruler, and that would clear up the confusion about whose religion is in charge. And we regard that as the beginning of the nation state. the association of authority, statehood, with nationhood, which had a cultural element. Now, in the Enlightenment, which came afterwards, people like Jean-Jacques Rousseau was very clear that the social contract was to be a secular contract, this contract between the people and the state. And yet, the very definition of the people, there was a kind of a European assumption that we knew who the people were. You know, the French are in French, and the Germans are in Germany, and Italians in Italy. I mean, all those countries were kind of in a kind of messy confusion until they gelled into a nation somewhat later. But the idea is that they had similar language, they had similar ethnic characteristics, and they had similar religion. And in the modern multicultural global era, none of those are the case. So we can see the enormous problem in Germany and France with huge waves of immigrants from former colonized area like Algeria or the Middle East who have come into those regions, and now they claim identity. And are they really French or not? Well, the French seem to be very proud of their Algerian ethnic members when they win the soccer matches and they're starring athletes. But in other cases, maybe not so much. And so this is one of the critical tensions of the global era. And you can see that the way in which one of the defensive responses to this is an association with nationalism in the gutter syndrome kind of way, nationalism with one's ethnic group of people who are under siege because of their ethnic identity. So this book plays, I think, an enormous contribution to our thinking about what nationalism is in an era of globalization and how multicultural states can navigate among different qualms, different communities, different senses of ethnic, religious, and ethnic identity, and still survive as a decent, harmonious, secular society. I think this is the challenge for all of us in this global era. And this book has gone a long way to help us think about it in a very productive manner. I want to thank Gurharpal and Giorgio for their fine work, their contribution, and this excellent offering for this larger discussion of religion and politics in the global era. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Juergensmeyer, on your reflections on these categories of religion and nationalism, and your thinking about the diaspora and telling us about your research on Ghadar Party. That's really interesting and helps to expand the ways in which we can approach this book. I just wanted to remind the audience that our Q&A is open, so you're welcome to post your comments or questions in the box, and we will get to those soon. And finally, I want to invite our last respondent to the book. Vern A. Van Dusenbery is Professor Emeritus of Anthropology and was the founding chair of the Global Studies Department at Hamline University in St. Paul, Minnesota. A sociocultural anthropologist, he has conducted fieldwork with Sikh communities in the US, Canada, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, and the Punjab. He is the author of Sikhs at Large, Religion, Culture, and Politics in Global Perspective, and the co-editor of a 2018 special issue of Sikh Formations on Living and Making Sikhi in the Diaspora, The Millennial Generation Comes of Age, plus 3 additional volumes, Sikh Diaspora Philanthropy in Punjab, Global Giving for Local Good, a Punjabi Sikh community in Australia from Indian sojourners to Australian citizens, and the Sikh diaspora, migration, and the experience beyond Punjab. He has worked with, well, he has been he was on the advisory board of the Journal of Punjab Studies and its successor, the International Journal of Punjab Studies. And he's also a member of the editorial collective for Sikh Formations. In 2017, he received a Lifetime Achievement Award for contributions to the study of the Sikh diaspora from the Dr. Jagbir Singh Sani Endowed Chair in Sikh and Punjab Studies at the University of California, Riverside. So I'd like to invite Professor Dusenbery to go ahead and give his remarks on the book. Thank you.
Thank you. I here? Am I here?
Yep, you're here and you're ready to speak.
Okay, here we go. I'd like to thank Gurharpal and Giorgio for giving us this book. I'd like to thank the Sikh Formations crew for inviting me to participate in here. I join Mark in arguing that this is a crucial contribution. It's an important book insofar as it addresses issues in Sikh studies, important issues of Sikh narratives of identity and their employment in political purchase in different historical and political contexts. It's an ambitious book and it takes on 550 years Sikh history. It addresses a work of a wide range of Sikh scholars, most of the first two generations of Sikh scholars working in English in the Western Academy, at least. And it argues for an ethno-symbolic theoretical approach as an alternative to critical theory in Sikh studies. It's also a timely book, and it addresses Sikh politics of recognition at a point of political exhaustion of traditional Sikh leadership in Punjab and the rise of Hindu nationalism in India, as well as a proliferation of Sikh activist organizations in the diaspora with contesting claims of what it means to be a Sikh and as how to advance Sikh political interests. In short, it's a book that well justifies its consideration in a venue such as this, and it deserves a place in every Sikh studies library. I come at these comments today as a sociocultural anthropologist, and my focus is less on the historical trajectory that is laid out and the particulars of Sikh politics in Punjab, and I'll focus more here then on the theoretical and conceptual moves that the authors have made that might be worthy of our consideration. As I understand it, the crux of the argument is that modern Sikh nationalism, with its emphasis on sovereignty, autonomy, and territoriality, arose in the colonial period, but builds upon and is defined by a Khalsa ethne dating to the creation of the Khalsa. The meat of the analysis is then in detailing how Sikh political elites in Punjab and the diaspora maneuvered in the face of British colonial policies, partition, post-independent Indian secularism to pursue Sikh sovereignty, autonomy, and territorial interests. The key theoretical move here is to argue that Sikh nationalism is crucially tied to the rise and continued hegemony of this Khalsa ethne among Sikhs. This French term ethne, which enters the analytical vocabulary via Anthony D. Smith, ends up doing a lot of work here. It becomes, in short, a thick analytical term. It gets variously glossed in their book as pre-modern cultural attachments, communal bonds, an enduring tradition around which Sikh nationalism emerged, a primeval source of inspiration for narratives that subsequently construct the Sikh nation, provides a quote, essential building blocks for national imagination. The authors recognize that the concept of ethne politically opens them to charges of primordialism and essentialism, but they resist that characterization, arguing that theirs is an attempt to explain how, why, and when the Khalsa ethne becomes, quote, the defining identity of Sikh nationalism. Readers will have to make their own assessment of how well they succeed in that. The ethno-symbolic approach that they've employed here, again taken from Anthony D. Smith, is said to have an advantage over other analytic approaches to nationalism in identity politics, for its focus on, quote, nationalism as an emotive force, and for its attention to the subjective over the epistemological status of alternative narrative terms such as nation, religion, minority, pomp, home. As an anthropologist, I certainly believe in the focus on the subjective experience and the affective dimensions of one's interlocutors. However, when combined with the notion of a Khalsa ethne as the core of Sikh nationalism, I wonder if it doesn't somewhat overdetermine attention given or not given to alternative discourses of identity, especially when ethne, by its very definition, includes religion, language, territory as symbolic, quote, elements of common culture subordinated within the notion of an ethne. If an earlier Sikh ethne is said to have been replaced by a Khalsa ethne as the basis of Sikh nationalism, Then, as the authors must acknowledge, there have been and are other ways of conceptualizing the core of a Sikh identity, and that even the notion of Khalsa sovereignty has been understood in various ways, not all of them congruent with, quote, the modern narrative of Sikh nationalism with its emphasis on sovereignty, autonomy, and territoriality. Even Giorgio Shani in his earlier book had a notion of Khalsa sovereignty that didn't include territoriality. The authors, however, argue that their research suggests that it is the narrative of separate identity and nationalism that's largely shaped the modern history of the Sikhs. And in so doing, they seem to have been focused on elite political opinion, as is consistent with Smith's definition of ethne as, quote, a means of solidarity, at least among elites. And secondly, they must perforce give less attention to alternative narratives of Sikh identity, even as the authors acknowledge that the Khalsa ethne has more emotive force and subjective following among certain sections of the Sikh community than others. As Giorgio mentioned in his earlier work on Sikh nationalism, he had laid out something of an evolution of Sikh identity. Sikhs as, on the one hand, a religious community, a panth during the Guru period, then as a nation or Qawm during the colonial and post-colonial period, to being a transnational community, a diaspora in the globalization period. But in the book, as he mentions, they consolidate those two into under a more incorporative notion of the Sikh nation, such that the authors can claim that, quote, religion is the dominant narrative that defines Sikh identity, but then make it but a part of the larger story of Sikh nationalism. Or to recognize quote, new transnational religious discourses in the diaspora, but to argue that, quote, the diaspora has enabled Sikh nationalism to have a global dimension. The others would presumably argue that the empirical evidence that they present suggests that the narrative of nation has had greater political purchase among Sikh political elites at the points of time and place, colonial and post-colonial India, that they are analyzing. And presumably, given India's secularism and its sphere of communalism, political discourses framed explicitly in religion terms would have less purchase and might be dangerous. So elites may be wise to avoid them. Although, as the authors conclude, it's unclear what politics of recognition Sikh political elites will take in the face of Hindu nationalism. But of course, in the diaspora, the political contexts differ. As the authors point out, Sikhs as are a minority everywhere, but the politics of managing religious and ethnic minorities are not everywhere the same. And Sikh political elites have proven themselves quite pragmatic in playing the politics of recognition and playing on ambiguities of the ethno-religious identity of the Sikhs. So in Britain, Sikhs as a nation was a claim that proved crucial in gaining Sikh rights as an ethnic group under the Race Relation Act. But in Canada, Sikhs as a nation was seen as problematic, and therefore Sikhs as a cultural group found more favor under Canadian multiculturalism. Whereas in the United States, Sikhs as a religion has a lot more purchase in gaining minority rights, given special constitutional protection attended to recognized religious groups. And in Singapore, Sikhs as a race was the discourse that Sikh elites used to gain their political interests under Sikhs' multiracialism policies. Certainly, Sikhs as a nation, with its emphasis on the Khalsa ethne, is one way that Sikhs have articulated political identities, and the authors suggest it has had a long run among Sikh political elites with support from those in the diaspora, albeit, as they admit, with structural fault lines among its adherents. And this national discourse has had important support from the Sikh diaspora over the days. But Shani's chapter on the diaspora suggests that there exists what he claims as basic tensions between Sikhs as a transnational community and as a nation. And he argues that among Sikh activists in the diaspora have created possibilities for post-national diasporic Sikh identities. Presumably, Sikhs will continue to be open to new social imaginaries within the conditions of possibility that are opened up to us. And here it seems that critical theory might be useful in elucidating some of the social, political, and historical forces at play. To give but one example, Shani's discussion of contemporary political activists in the diaspora captures strategies of lead organizations, Sikh Coalition in the US and Sikh Federation in the UK. Yet Sangeeta Luthra's recent analysis of Sikh American activists suggests significant difference in political agendas by class, caste, generation, gender, even ethnicity, that are likely to be true also in other diasporic settings. And Hamadri Banerjee's forthcoming book on Sikhs in India beyond Punjab suggests that there are local Sikh political actors outside Punjab who understand themselves and promote their interests as Sikhs in a much different ways than the predominantly Jat Sikh leaders of Sikh political establishment in Punjab. These different Sikh subjectivities presumably matter and suggest the limits to the focus purely on nationalism tied to the Khalsa ethnic. However, in the end, the authors have to be congratulated for offering us such a stimulating and accessible book for us to engage with. I'm sure it will be a book that provokes much discussion today and in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. As I'm the last speaker before the Q&A, let me end with a question for the authors and for the organizers of the webinar. The book is framed as a challenge to critical theory in Sikh studies, while Sikh Formations is founded as a forum for critical theory in Sikh studies. So to the authors, can you elaborate further on what you take to be the limits of critical theory in Sikh studies and why you think an ethno-symbolic approach is superior? And to Arvind, Anneeth, and others in Sikh Formations, do you recognize yourselves in the author's characterization of critical theory? And do you see this book as a fair critique and viable alternative approach? Thanks for the opportunity. I look forward to hearing Q&A.
Thank you so much, Professor Dusenbery. That was a great set of comments. It gave us a lot to think about, particularly your discussion about the complexity of diaspora politics and political organization, I think is very important. And I loved your provocation at the end about thinking about the possibilities and limits of critical theory and the ethno-symbolist approach in the book by Professor Gurharpal Singh and Giorgio, Shani. And so we're all back together now, which is perfect because I'd like to invite all of you to sort of have a small discussion with each other and give Professor Singh a chance to respond to Professors Juergensmeyer and Dusenbery and their comments. And maybe we could have a little back and forth for about 5 to 10 minutes before we open things up to the audience. So,
Okay,
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, what can I say after those comments? And, you know, it's wow. I'll begin with Mark's comments. In a way, Mark's work over the years has been an inspiration for my own and Giorgio's work, I think. I mean, I started out as a research student at the LSE in the early 80s, working on the communist movement. But in reality, I was working on the nationalities question, on partition, and what happened during the Punjabi Suba movement. So a bit like Giorgio, I was at the LSE and very much influenced by the LSE's school of nationalism. So much so that in the early 80s, and most of my writings until this book was around ethnic conflict management policies, and in collaboration with Brendan O'Leary. I think the points that there's not really much of a difference in the issues Mark has raised. And I accept his I just want to say something about his last point about nationalism and multiculturalism and a diverse world. How states like France and Germany are as model historic nation states are being forced to adapt to diversity and multiculturalism. And in our work, we illustrate this also in the case of Sikhs, not that in a sense that their nationalism is a similar response to dominant model nation states like Germany and France, but that as a minority, their nationalism and multiculturalism is the same part of the continuum. The problematic of being a minority, a very visible and distinctive minority with an ethos which is actually open and welcoming of the other. So in that sense, the work I have done on multiculturalism and the Sikhs, on Sikhs as a minority in Britain and Sikhs as a minority in India, it comes together in one whole. And in that sense, that the nation and the state, or rather the idea of a nation and statehood are in many ways reluctant refuge for the Sikhs. And this comes through again and again in our argument that the Sikhs as a minority in the Punjab were put in a predicament that the world around them changed so much that they had to come up with something interesting and challenging of the idea of Pakistan and India. Moving on to Vern's commentary, I wish I'd had all this before Giorgio and I wrote the book. It would be wonderful, Van, if you had been less reticent and more forthcoming, and we would have avoided these fatal errors and misjudgments. I agree the concept of ethne and Khalsa ethne does a lot of work, carries a heavy burden, much more so than perhaps is warranted. But we do outline at length the divisions among Sikhs. That the structural, religious, and political divisions among Sikhs. And so in that sense, the work is not ideological. Throughout is the work of synthesis, and our aim throughout, wherever possible, has been to present competing perspectives as best as we can within a very, a hugely ambitious work. And I accept that, and there are many other points I think which I cannot address today immediately in response to what you have raised, but I do want to come back to your pointed question about critical theory. I think those of you who know Giorgio's work and mine will probably have picked up on the tension that I'm essentially an empirical political scientist with a strong interest in political history and political sociology. And Giorgio positions himself in critical theory. And my own work is, as I've tried to do in the volume, is to, as I was trained, to substantiate my arguments wherever I can with evidence that can be supportive, but it can also be refuted. And I felt that maybe that last sentence and the critique of Arvind another speaks of my own journey. You know, the departure and move away from the International Journal of Punjab Studies, and then becoming an editor of Sikh Formations. It's not, you know, it's not a, if you read the volume, it's not a rejection of critical theory. It's a plea to recognize its limitations in the face of the kind of work or the substantive work that I've done by heavily documented empirical work. I welcome critical theorists' approach to the gaps in the work that we've laid out or in the discussion, as long as they're backed with the same kind of evidence rather than a priori theorizing.
Yes, and I will testify that this is an empirically rich thing, which does give us lots and lots of ability to talk to, reanalyze, think of where there needs to be other evidence. So yes, I mean, that's clearly the strength of this book, is that it is a well empirically documented set of claims.
Professor Dusenbery, would you like to respond further, or perhaps Professor Juergensmeyer would like to jump in?
No, I appreciate Gurharpal's comments, and I understand the discussion. Word critical theory can mean so many different things, and insofar as it means simply using one's critical faculties to make sense of things and put them in a larger context, I think the book does that very well. It doesn't do so in a kind of narrow, didactic way. Thank God. So, and I think perhaps that's the point that they were making. But to get back to his earlier comments about the contribution of this book to thinking about nationalism in general in a multicultural era, I think what he just now said is very, very significant. To think in terms of Qawmiyat in his Sikh formation in a way that doesn't necessarily require a Sikh state, but preserves a sense of communal identity in multicultural societies. I think that may be a path forward for a great host of communities who currently feel somewhat alienated and for which often there are political demands for their own separate state. So I think this book is going to play an important contribution in that larger discussion outside of simply Punjab and Sikh studies.
The book, with respect to the critical theory, the book really doesn't define what you take to be critical theory beyond some allusion to feminism, Marxism, post-colonial, and sort of epistemological approaches, but you do engage with some of those theorists. So it's not fair to say that you haven't taken into account some of the work that those people have produced. I'm just wondering, therefore, what it is the crux of the matter. And I gather from what you've said that it's mostly that the lack of sort of an empirical basis, that critical theory, in your view, is an epistemological exercise without having a grounding in empirical. Is that true, Gurharpal?
Well, I may be revealing my Popperian background too deeply, I think. I'm not, having done a PhD on Marxism, I'm not necessarily, or the communist movement in Punjab, where you had to learn the Marxist, be introduced to Marxism and Marxist theory richly. I'm not against critical theory. It's just that I think that, if you make an argument, and it must, as well as being theoretical, it has to be supported by evidence. I mean, at some level, the evidence in itself is insufficient, and it has to be taken in the context of some broader framework. So that there is not anathema against the theoretical approach, critical theoretical approach, is just, I think, it's part and parcel of what we do. And at one level I'm sorry, I'm going round in circles. So, I think you got me there, Van, but I've made my point clear.
I see Harjeet and Arvind wanting to jump in, and then we have a bunch of questions in the chat. So Harjeet, go ahead.
So I think I kind of agree with what was being said here, that the book does engage in critical questions. And I feel like the comment about critical theory, there's a bit of an answer on page 4. They give 2 reasons why they think they recognize the contribution. Critical theory has contributed to a better understanding of gender colonialism as an ideology and Sikh religious texts. But there's two weaknesses, they say. One is that critical theory sees nationalism as primarily cultural and epistemological rather than socio-political formation. And the other one is that, and I say more importantly, it also fails to fully account for Sikh subjective experience as an impact on the community's modern political history. So I think that some of the gaps between critical theory and empirical work actually, as they're filled, facilitate one another. So that it's important to have both conversations going on at the same time. Some of the things that, and I think Gurharpal recognizes, is some of the things that critical theory does can't be done in an empirical way or in a fully empirical way, and that these are kind of imbricated, mutually reliant, codependent kind of ways of looking at scholarship. And I feel like, you know, in Sikh studies in general, that's kind of the trajectory where these things are going. And so that the more strong empirical work that is created, which this is an excellent contribution to, actually helps and supports asking those bigger questions. And the cyclical kind of nature of those things actually helps. What Mark was saying is to bring out these questions into larger fields so that they can be engaging with other scholarship and other broader kind of disciplinary issues. So I actually applaud that, you know, you mentioned the limits of it, which I think is great. And yet you recognize the contribution as well. And that's a very balanced and commendable approach to the debate. And you know, these things are always going to be limited. They're not perfect, right? So the question is, how can we make these work together? Arvind?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very generative discussion going on here. I'm going to confess, I just finished teaching the book to a combined undergraduate and graduate class on Sikh diaspora. And I have to say, without the incredibly rich empirical way in which it's been kind of documented and framed, the undergrads would not have got as much out of it as they have. So it's incredibly useful. And I can attest to the fact that it has worked. It's a real success with undergraduates. I think with the graduates, they're asking very good questions. And I think the question of critical theory is something that we're going to go on and discuss. And I think the book marks a beginning of, you know, a discourse that can go on and in a very fruitful way as well. It's already sparking off a lot of questions for my own understanding of the frameworks in which sort of nationalism is working, the idea of the Khalsa itself, you know, how can we think about it in different ways? And I'm trying to go beyond what Giorgio has written on this topic as well. So I think it's incredibly fruitful, very rich material for further reflection on critical theories as they exist. So I think critical theory itself needs to be pushed back further, other than where it is right now. So in that sense, it's doing a lot of great work. So that's all I'm going to say there.
Yeah. Can I respond to that? Yeah. in writing this book, we were, at least I myself, was very conscious of my theoretical limitations. And I did feel at one stage, perhaps the time had gone for such a book to be written. You know, that we were at a stage of, you know, post-national, post-community stage, as it were, and that to write such a narrative and a work in this way was a waste of time. But I, in a sense, and probably much less for Giorgio, for me, it had to be written because it was something that was waiting to be produced out of my system. You know, I had to get it out, as it were, in order to come to terms with my own work. So I'm very heartened by all the feedback and the comments, and thank you to everyone for, you know, the effort that you have made in reading the work and then responding to it. And I'm sure Giorgio would be equally pleased. It's unfortunate he's not with us at the moment. So, you know, and one, you know, that's a great feedback, and hopefully there'll be other occasions for the volume to be discussed, and we look forward to that opportunity. There are a number of other book launches here in England, and if people are interested, I'll be happy to give details, more lengthier, you know, open discussions.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to some of the questions, and I'll try to maybe tackle 2 or 3 of them at a time so you can respond as you wish. From Singh left an early comment also about this question of the theoretical strands of the book, suggesting that it might have been strengthened by engaging with the works of Sikh thinkers and activists produced in the Punjabi language to think more closely about how they grapple with questions of nation and identity. I'm thinking about Dr. Gurbagat Singh's work, which actively sought to inflect or critique the concept of the nation and practice of nationalism in a Sikh context in the 80s and 90s. I'm also thinking about the Panthik Committee's articulation of Khalsa Raj during the Khalistan movement. We don't get a feel for these internal debates in the book. It largely seems to collapse Khalistani guerrillas and activists with the politics of the Akali Dal. Do you see any internal tensions within the politics and theory of Sikh nationalism exemplified by these 2 factions? Or do you see the difference mainly in terms of tactics, violence versus non-violence rather than theory? So that's one set of comments. And then sort of in contrast to that, another person asks, what do the authors make of the recent successful farmers' protests? There were virtually no calls for Khalistan, separatism, nationhood, and so on, despite incessant accusations by the central government to label Sikhs as anti-nationals, terrorists, Khalistani, separatists, and so on. And so I think that's a good question, just in terms of thinking about the production and the publication of your book with respect to the farmers' agitations and how your thinking might have shifted or evolved in that context.
Okay, 2 very good questions. Regarding the first one, there were 2 limitations on reflecting on the internal debates between the various committees, Panthik committees and Sikh intellectuals on the idea of the Sikh nation. Firstly, we produced what data that we could analyze, and some of it was very basic. Regarding Gurbagat's work, I only came across that after the book was finished, and to my regret, you know, I wish that had been available earlier, and in, you know, then I would have been able to make much more use of it. But it would have been nice to have much more engaged and elevated discussion and data of that discussion among Sikh nationalist organizations after 1984. Unfortunately, the sources and the text and what we had was relatively limited. And against that, there is, in a way, as the book makes out, and if people read it and read the conclusion very carefully, you have the main kind of representative of the nationalist tradition in one form or another within the Akali Dal and the Anandpur Sahib resolution. So that remains, in a way, the key player. And as I said, there is a continuum on which Sikh nationalism is mapped. And there is much diversity in Sikh nationalist thought, especially with relevance to the idea of a Sikh state. And again, that is potentially a project for another work, another book. But this is a short survey for students, and I'm glad it's provoked that kind of response. Secondly, on the farmers, I would again go to highlight that in chapter 8, we do, and a chapter that I wrote, in which I argued that potential agitation is on the cards, and that the unresolved issues around economic the economic plight of Punjab could potentially trigger an identity or mobilization. Now, why has that not happened in the case of the Sikh farmers movement, or the farmers movement in North India generally? That is a complex question, and it's linked to issues of choice, opportunities, and the structure. The status of the Akali Dal has a lot to explain for that, namely the collapse of the Shiromani Akali Dal in power in 2017, and its diminution of support thereafter, and the rise of the Aam Aadmi Party, together with the context of the pandemic and the coercive control that BJP has exercised in Punjab. It doesn't mean that the potential for Sikh identity politics has disappeared. It's just that the characters now are in the wrong place. The people who are able to mobilize and organized the community as they did between 1980 and 1984 are on the wrong side of those who are suffering the distress. So in this sense, the Akali Dal has disgraced itself by being allied to the BJP, so much so that it supported the abrogation of Article 370. The Congress itself has never been supporter of Sikh nationalism in any form whatsoever. So the level of resistance and the opportunity for resistance lies largely with new subaltern groups and farmers' movements and significant sections within the Aam Aadmi Party. So the opportunities, the political opportunities for organizing dissent are severely limited. That is not to say that this will not re-emerge in another form. And it's highly likely that it will, because whoever wins in Punjab in the elections, whether it's the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, or the Akali Dal in some form or another, it is the BJP that will rule. And they have decided on the key legislation and key issues regarding Punjab and Punjab's finances, and no political formation in Punjab can change that. So in response to to this issue, and it has been raised by a number of people, why don't you discuss it in the book? At some point, the book had to end. But the book has a kind of an argument about how Sikh nationalist and communal aspirations are mobilized, and they're mobilized in certain context, and there is huge material for mobilizing them. However, the political parties that have traditionally done this are now on the wrong side of that social pressure, and possibly new formations will emerge.
Thank you. A few more questions. Another one, and this is a tough one, to what extent would the authors say that Sikh nationalism has been a reaction to particular socio-historical configurations that they found themselves within from the mid-20th century onwards? And to what extent is it a product of ideas and concepts that arise from the Sikh tradition itself? So that's a important orienting question to this whole project, I would assume. Related to that, someone left a comment, many Sikhs, including myself, believe that Sikhs are more divided than ever. What will it take to be unified? Personally, I believe it all started with the creation of the missiles, which we created for survival reasons. There's a caste system too, but I'm not sure if Sikhs discriminated against one another back then for their castes. I'm assuming that anyone could have been part of the missile. Do you agree, or did the division start at a different time? So I think there's a question about this kind of nationalism and communal ethos, or aspiration to a communal ethos within that, if you have ideas about that. And then, yeah, we'll just end there, and then there's a few more.
Okay, well, we argued that Sikh nationalism is a modern phenomenon, but it's based around Sikh, around Khalsa identity and pre-modern tradition. To what extent religious or textual themes reinforce it or stand against it, I think potentially there could be an argument both ways. There could be an argument, for example, if one is taking the Guru Granth as a source, that nationalism is an anathema, and that any idea of territory and location and exclusiveness is antithetical to Sikh scriptures. Alternatively, you can read nationalist narrative into some of the text. You can read nationalist narrative into the idea of a Khalsa as a foundation myth of the Sikh nation. So we play it both ways, and we don't necessarily argue that Sikh theology and ideas are in themselves nationalistic or have nationalistic content per se. But that is a big question, and that can be debated, and we leave it, and our position is relatively open-ended. As for divisions, I think in the book we outline the structural by that meaning caste and other divisions and religious and political divisions among the Sikhs. The Sikhs themselves have never been united. From the time of the Gurus, they're always divided, and the unity is an elusive pursuit in a highly divided and factionalized community. And there is not a certain point in the development of that community where this disunity occurs. However, I'll end on a controversial point. I think, with most modern formations, it's the state that makes a community. and not the community that makes the state. And this, in some ways, stands against the argument of the book. But I'm reflecting on this as somebody who's been working here, for the last 40 years and the social history of Europe. And it may well be that Sikhs become, as Khushwant Singh said in 1953, by the end of the century, Sikhs will become increasingly part of Hinduism and Hindu society. And in that sense, it may well be, that his argument about the need for a Sikh state to maintain that distinctive Sikh identity was a missed argument.
Thank you. There's two questions that are dealing with the relationship between nationalism and sovereignty that are important. As Singh writes, if you were to think of Sikh sovereignty beyond nationalism, where would you begin? What do we gain or lose by confining conversations / movements around Sikh sovereignty to nationalism? Ranveer Singh relatedly asks, how do you reconcile the notion of Sikh nationalism based on a European framework following the colonial encounter with the manifestations of Sikh sovereignty that came prior to the 20th century? So those are two questions that you might respond to together. And then finally, Stevie Ruiz asks, is there a way you can help us think about Sikh subject formation in terms of the racial beyond categories like the nation or ethnicity, which are constructs from the West? So perhaps maybe you could reflect in general where, why, and how the category of racial plays a role, whether in South Asia or in relation to the West in your book, what its relationship to ethnicity might be, and maybe with respect to contemporary Sikh diasporas as well.
Okay, first question is a really hard one, and it should really be addressed to Giorgio, not me. But I'll do my best. We struggle with notions of sovereignty and nationalism, and the idea that Sikh sovereignty is not territorial, or both nation and sovereignty are not territorial, but otherworldly, and there's no limit to it. In that sense, it's a very flexible concept. It opens up all sorts of imaginings of a community and a group, and universalization almost at one point. But in practical terms, a nation and sovereignty do have to have limits, even if they're limits of who to be included in a digitalized world by some marker of membership. So in that sense, I think all nations and all claims to sovereignty are limiting, and universalizing claims will have to have some kind of limitations. Otherwise, they would become meaningless. So I'm not sure I've answered the question, but I leave it open, and I suggest if the person who asked me the question, they're unhappy with how I've responded, that they copy that into an email to Giorgio. As for the second question, which is very interesting, in the book we don't use the term racial. If it's used, it's largely in the context of the diaspora and the ethnic classification of Sikhs under various types of anti-discriminatory legislation. And I think in large measure, I have answered this question earlier in response to Van, when I said, that I felt for a while that perhaps this work should not be written, and that the time had passed, and that, the frame of reference of ethnicity, a nation, no longer prevailed. So, the argument that Harjeet pointed out to, or the section in the book earlier on, about a critical theory and how nationalism, race, and ethnicity were a form of a trap for minorities. That argument had prevailed, and the project of nationalism, or studying nationalism, was something of the past, of a pre-global past. Actually, today we open up the debate, and there's much to reflect on nationalism in the present. So I think ethnicity and nationalism still have a currency. The racial category, I think, is highly obnoxious and has long disappeared, and is one that we don't operationalize in the book.
Thank you. So there was one final comment in the chat regarding Khalistan, one expression of Sikh nationalism, right? Khalistan can be interpreted in two ways. I think I wanted to know what you think. One of which is that it's a state of mind that one has to conquer spiritually through meditation. I think it's one fully recognizes the oneness and interconnectedness with all of humanity. For some, Khalistan is a physical, I think meaning an actual Western style nation state that Sikhs want. And then we can also open it up to final comments among all the participants in the book forum as well. And then I believe we'll have to close soon.
Yeah, I think the Khalistan business has done a real harm to the idea of discussing Sikh nationalism seriously. It is one end of this continuum, and it can have multiple meanings. And I certainly agree with that. And I also agree with the idea that, separate state is only one aspect of Sikh nationalism. And clearly, there are many Sikhs in Punjab and elsewhere who believe, that they are, their identity and their religion is consistent and harmonious with Indian nationalism. So we must not forget that, that there are many spectrums within the Sikh tradition about political loyalties and identities. So yes, I agree in multiple interpretations. I welcome, not agree, I welcome multiple interpretations and understandings of Sikh nationalism.
Any final comments?
I would just like to say that Gurharpal's thoughtful responses suggest the tenor of the book, that he's accessible, open to multiple interpretations, is generous in the way in which he presents things. And so I encourage people to go to the book and have some of their questions answered further by giving it a chance.
Thank you, Van. Precisely, I think that there is, it's to start a debate, a serious debate, to move on from this constant argument about terrorism, independence, and where the location of where Sikhs are in the comparative study of nationalisms, and it's in some ways the book has been therapy for me, I've got it off my chest, and I can retire, with peace.
Well, but unfortunately for many of us, the therapy has not worked. We're still floundering for what is central to your book, and that is understanding how notions of nationalism and large communal identities can live within a multicultural context. And that, for me, has been the rich underlying theme of your book. And it's an unfinished agenda, not just in the UK, certainly in the US, other places in Europe, but also in India itself, where a rising Hindu nationalism seems to challenge the idea of India as a secular state. And Indian secularism always meant multiculturalism. It always meant honoring different faiths. And now that idea is challenged. So your book has, you said you thought the time had passed. Quite the opposite. It couldn't be more timely, because now with the rise of new forms of nationalism around the world, it forces us to think with even greater clarity about how we can live with each other in a multicultural society in states that are not dominated by one ideology or religion.
Well, thank you, Mark. Yeah. Sorry, that was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. My last comment before I pass over to Anneeth is that it works wonderfully for teaching, as I've just mentioned, and it really repositions the narrative away from the Sikhs, I think, back to the question about India, which is all important right now. And I think undergrads get that straight away from the book. So it's a real success. So thank you, Gurharpal and Giorgio.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations on the book. We're so happy to have you. And I just wanted to invite Professor Jhutti-Johal and Professor Sunit Singh, if they'd like to come back on with us. And just wanted to thank you both also for your presentations this morning and this afternoon. They were fantastic. Arvind asked me to make 2 more quick announcements. Our next Sikh Formations webinar will be on the Punjab elections in early March, so please look out for information on that. And we'll be having a mini conference on revisiting partition at the end of April. So those are our 2 next events to look forward to, and we hope that all of you will be there and attend, and we can continue these great conversations and building this intellectual community together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, folks. Bye. Thank you.